Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Conference on Public Procurement for 2024. The theme for this gathering, Public Procurement Methods and Specifications, the State of Play and Future Developments. Can you believe it? It is exactly 9 o'clock on my watch. And we are about to get the show on the road, so I will keep track of time, don't you worry. We'll make sure that we try and get through the program. Of course, you know that we have about 20-minute inputs, and of course a special word of welcome to all our online participants. They of course have the absolute freedom of being able to get up and go wherever they want to. You unfortunately in this room form part of the room. So when you get up, please be mindful that there are cameras around, and we don't want to interrupt in terms of what people see going outwards. Also, on your desks, there's microphones with a little button. Be mindful that you don't accidentally switch on your microphone, because we don't want to hear what you are thinking. All right, of course, I do not have to give you information around Wi-Fi codes because you are here in person. There's no need for you to check emails. You have time to do that later on. You came here to learn, so let's optimize the learning opportunity. So we're going to kick off our show, and we're going to invite you to watch the screen as we allow the chairperson of the NRF board, Professor Moshabela, who's also the DVC of the University of Cape Town, to share with us his thoughts. The screen.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and esteemed participants from around the world, good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to send you this message to welcome you to this year's International Conference on Public Procurement. The National Research Foundation has gathered you here at this event to explore, discuss, and advance one of the most critical functions of government, at least in my view, public procurement. The acquisition of goods and services by public entities from private suppliers is at the heart of government operations and its role in shaping our economies and societies. And it cannot be overstated, and we need to just think about the risks that come with that. So I think public procurement is not just a technical process, it is also a powerful lever for economic development and for social transformation, and likewise because we want to get rid of corruption, good governance as well. Across the globe, public procurement constitutes a significant portion of national economies and drives development of these economies. The OECD estimates that public procurement accounts for between 15% and 20% of GDP in many countries. So it's not just a statistic that we speak of, it actually translates and represents trillions of dollars, euros, rand, and yen being spent on infrastructure, education, healthcare, and the essential services that underpin our modern life. Here in South Africa, public procurement is estimated to be approximately 1 trillion each year. That is a substantial sum, and it demonstrates the sheer scale of opportunities and responsibilities that come with managing public resources. Around the world, governments are on a journey to reform public procurement. This journey is driven by the need to enhance efficiency, transparency, accountability, while also leveraging procurement to achieve broader social and economic goals and impacts. In South Africa, we are making significant strides in this regard. An important landmark event has just occurred on the 23rd of July this year, 2024, when President Cyril Ramaphosa approved the Public Procurement Act number 28 of 2024. This is a significant milestone in the history of procurement reform in our country. For the first time, we now have a comprehensive Public Procurement Act. Prior to this, procurement legislation in South Africa was highly fragmented. It was spread across various statutes and regulations. This new act brings coherence and focus to our procurement system, providing a single framework that governs public procurement by all organs of state. The preamble, which is interesting, to the Act sets out several important principles that will help guide public procurement in South Africa. These principles include a high standard of professional ethics, the efficient, economic, and effective use of resources, a commitment to development-oriented, accountable, and transparent processes. Moreover, the Act acknowledges the need to increase the capacity of the state organs to procure goods and services, and also recognizes the importance of promoting economic transformation. Specifically, it emphasizes the need to advance preferential procurement from enterprises owned and managed by Black people as the law requires, thereby enabling their meaningful participation in the economy. The Public Procurement Act goes further than the previous legislation by explicitly mandating goals related to innovation, sustainable development, environmental rights, and beneficiation. For the first time, these goals are formally integrated into South Africa's procurement framework. This is a bold step forward, and it reflects our nation's commitment leveraging procurement as a tool for achieving broader developmental objectives. The Act also introduces mechanisms such as pre-qualifications and set-asides. These are widely accepted internationally and now find relevance in South Africa's transformation journey. While some may view these mechanisms as controversial, they are essential tools for advancing the economic empowerment of historically disadvantaged groups. However, while the Public Procurement Act represents a significant achievement, we must recognize that the journey is far from complete. The Act is not yet ready for full implementation. Much work remains to be done, particularly in developing the detailed regulations and other implementing mechanisms that will make the Act operational. During this critical period of transition, it will be essential for all stakeholders in public procurement systems to prepare for the changes that lie ahead. The introduction of transformational legislation such as the Public Procurement Act will require a shift in mindset, processes, and practices. It will demand collaboration, innovation, and a shared commitment to the goals of transparency, efficiency, and economic justice. This conference comes at a pivotal moment in this journey. The discussions, insights, and research that will emerge from this gathering will play a vital role in shaping the future of public procurement in South Africa and beyond. As we develop the regulations that will guide the implementation of the Public Procurement Act, we need input from experts, practitioners, and academics like yourselves. Your contributions will help ensure that our new procurement system is not only aligned with global best practices and standards, but also is responsive to the unique challenges and opportunities our country offers. This, of course, aligns perfectly with the mandate of the NRF in service of our country. However, in convening this conference, the NRF is not only serving South Africa, but indeed playing a leading role in the global research community by facilitating this high-level engagement with core aspects of public procurement internationally. I therefore encourage you to engage deeply with the issues that will be discussed over the coming days, share your knowledge generously, challenge assumptions, and collaborate on innovative solutions. Together, we have the power to shape a procurement system that is not only efficient and effective, but also just and inclusive. In closing, I want to thank you all for being here and for your commitment to advancing the field of public procurement. The work we do today and in the next few days to come will have a lasting impact on the lives of millions of people. Let us seize this opportunity to make a difference, not just in our own countries, but across the world. Thank you, and I wish you a successful and a productive conference.
All right, so that was input by the chair of the NRF board and also the vice chancellor at the University of Cape Town, reminding us why we're here. This is not a holiday. You are here to help shape the future of procurement. So we need you to engage, we need you to think differently and deeply, and we need you to challenge over the next 2 days. So we have gathered here, it's hybrid and in person, but we are in the house of the National Research Foundation, and it's now my privilege to invite to the podium the CEO of the National Research Foundation, Dr. Fulufelo Nalwamondo, to officially welcome us into his house and to share a couple of his thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, that includes everyone, good morning. I won't repeat what the chairperson of the NRF board has covered. I think we all know now why we are here. And I must just start by thanking all of you again for your commitment in ensuring that we can shape the procurement landscape properly and for the best of our community. Just to give you a quick context about what the NRF is and why the NRF is involved in this process, I will just give you a short summary of the mandate of the NRF. So the mandate of the NRF hinges on 4 legs. The first leg is a leg that deals with supporting and advancing and also promoting research in South Africa. And in doing that, we also support the human capacity development. So that's the first leg. The second leg of our mandate talks to supporting, developing, and maintaining national research facilities. And here we're talking about the big research facilities, the big infrastructures, which calls for all of us to work jointly in procuring some of these things that more often than not are not readily available products, are things that we have to sort of procure before they are even developed by anyone. And the third part of our leg talks to supporting and promoting the public awareness and the engagement of the public with science. And lastly, promoting the development of national science system and supporting government priorities. Something that also talks to why this conference becomes very important for us as the NRF. The NRF is one of the nearly 1,000 procuring institutions that account for the 1 trillion rand that the chairperson of the board touched on in the annual public procurement expenditure. One of the few things that we're very much aware of is that public procurement is not only significant in size, but it's also very diverse in its nature. It ranges from simple goods to complex things that I've mentioned. If you're buying a cyclotron, you know, the procurement is not a standard kind of procurement that one can think of. If you look at the work that we do, buying or building telescopes, we procure things that are very complex. And in that context, it makes more sense for us to look at procurement in a holistic sense in terms of what is the correct way of public procurement. The procurement of a diverse range of goods and services and the construction work can therefore not be allowed to adopt a one-size-fits-all, as I've mentioned, simply because we're not just procuring standard products. We are very pleased that South Africa's Public Procurement Act recognizes that there are categories of procurement that allow for the development of regulations that are appropriate for different categories of goods, services, and infrastructure. So that differentiation is a critical component which we are really happy for. We are also pleased to see that the Public Procurement Act recognizes the different categories for procuring institutions. In this regard, my view is that it may not be appropriate that the same regulations that might apply, let's say, for municipalities are forced to be applied in entities like the NRF or even other areas. Again, the differentiation becomes a critical component if we were to do procurement correctly. and therefore contextualization is a critical component. Unlike procurement in the private sector, the emphasis by government on the secondary goals of procurement is far higher. Likewise, expectations are extremely high that government expenditure make a real contribution to the advancement of those disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, including women, the youth, the disabled people, and people living in the rural areas, and those who are in the small businesses. Again, the chairperson touched on this component. Issues of inclusivity for everyone become critical if we were to do procurement correctly and meaningfully. We are very much aware, esteemed colleagues, that public procurement can also be a major driver for innovation. Innovation, as mentioned, if you look into the Act, it was mentioned a number of times, and I think we still have to get a proper understanding of what innovation really means in the context of this Act. And that's something that we have to look very thoroughly to say, what does it really mean? When we talk of procurement of innovation, what does that mean? What does, what is our role in ensuring that there's a consistent and coherent understanding of that across board? I'm very pleased that the procurement team here at the NRF played a very significant role in providing constructive and a critique of the early versions of this public procurement bill, and we're able to ensure that the focus on the procurement of innovation in the Act is much stronger than it was in the earlier versions. So I think the team did very well, but of course not working alone, but working with most of you who are seated in this room. The same conference that we had last year explored the topic of the procurement of innovation. And that conference was significant because it explored the intersection of the public procurement and innovation for the first time on our continent. I am convinced that this conference that we have today will take that even further. The timing, therefore, could not have been better. We understand that the development of the regulations will be starting soon, now that the Act has been passed, and it therefore makes more sense for us to reflect and say what kind of regulations need to be put in place to ensure that this bill can become effective. Regulations will include the procurement methods and specifications, which are key elements of the discussions over the next 2 days. Our intention as the NRF is to continue playing a role in the development of the regulations for the Public Procurement Act, and to ensure that these regulations are appropriate to the needs of the science and innovation system, but more than that, for the general public, as long as they are procuring institutions in South Africa. We are delighted that internationally recognized leaders, we have a number of people from various parts of the world who are here, who have been kind enough to agree to come and share their experiences with us. We are really happy and we are really thankful that you have agreed to come and share your knowledge with us. So we are looking forward to this engagement over the next 2 days. We are also very hopeful that all of you, these are the local colleagues, that we will engage meaningfully and will take advantage of these guests that are here in sharing their knowledge, but also participating meaningfully, so that the next 2 days will shape the future of this country in the procurement space. So colleagues, let me welcome you to the NRF. Feel at home. The program director will inform you in terms of how to feel more comfortable if you need comfort breaks and so on. I don't think we've done that, but feel free, you are at home. And I'm looking forward to the engagements with you over these 2 days. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, CEO. Right, so we are ready to get the learning on the road, but just in case, should there be an emergency, just jump up and go to the exit closest to you. There are 2 at the back and 1 in front, right? Then when you get outside, there's an assembly point where we gather, where more information will be shared. All right, so we have 2 inputs that will come from 2 invited speakers. Each will have 20 minutes. So if you are a speaker, I will sit on that chair. When I get up to move to the middle one, that means you've got 5 minutes left. If I get up to move to the last one, you've got 3 minutes left. And if I then stand, you've got 1 minute left. All right? So we're writing a bit of a tight ship, and we want to try and keep to the schedule. Of course, if you are online, if any questions pop up, please use the chat functionality in Zoom. And for you in the room, 2 sessions of input. So in other words, record your questions, because we will have the questions at the end before we go into the break. All right, so our first bit of learning comes from Professor Gio Kino. And he's going to share with us a little bit about why do we need to focus on procurement methods. And if you don't know him, he's a professor at the Department of Law at Stellenbosch University and also the director of the African Procurement Law Unit. Professor Gio, the stage is yours.
Program Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to share some thoughts with you on why I think a focus on public procurement methods is relevant and important. As a field of study, public procurement is still emerging and is far from mature. As several authors have pointed out, including Patrucco, Luzini, and Ronchi in their literature review of the first 14 years of publications in the Journal of Public Procurement, the literature is still very limited. There are vast areas of public procurement practice that have attracted only scant scholarly attention. There are areas where we've got no scholarship whatsoever. There are no standardized or uniform methodologies, and the scholarship tends to stay narrowly within particular disciplinary confines: management sciences, law, economics, engineering. As a result, there is still considerable conceptual vagueness in the study of public procurement. Even the definition of public procurement itself is somewhat contested. Does it only refer to one dimension of the larger public sector supply chain function, strictly the acquisition action? Or does it capture the entire function? For example, does public procurement include strategic sourcing decisions, such as build or buy? How far does it extend back into the public budgetary process? How far does it extend downstream into project implementation? Only up to contract conclusion, or also contract implementation up to closeout and even including project review? What about warranties that may become only relevant long down the road from the actual acquisition? Is disposal management part of public procurement? And what about distinct decisions taken within the project implementation, such as variations, cancellations, or sessions and assignments? While these are key questions for public procurement as a discipline, as a field of study, they also hold far-reaching implications for the practice of public procurement. The definition, and thus the ambit of public procurement, can be determinative of the organizational structure of public procurement in agencies. As we have seen here in South Africa with the recent drafting of our new Public Procurement Act, the definition of public procurement is important for determining what matters must be included and what excluded from the system that agencies must create to establish their procurement function. And of course, when we talk about a public procurement profession, with professional associations, training and accreditation, it is crucial to know who and what are in and out. Public procurement methods as a concept within public procurement is both subject to these same uncertainties and lack of maturity on the one hand, and a way to address these uncertainties and pursue maturity on the other. And this is why I think a focus on public procurement methods is very important for both study and practice. Methods lie at the heart of public procurement. Whatever we think public procurement is or is not, there is no doubt that public procurement methods form a core part of public procurement. But, as with the rest of public procurement, the scholarly engagement with procurement methods lacks maturity. We lack terminological uniformity and conceptual clarity. But procurement method is also one of the key differentiators between public procurement and private SCM. And therein lies the opportunity to focus on procurement methods as a way to pursue more maturity in public procurement scholarship. A focus on procurement methods provides us with a lens to explore the distinctiveness of public procurement as a field and as a practice. And the recognition and exploration of that distinctiveness may provide the basis for the development of the field. Simply put, we buy differently when, sorry, just figure this out. There we go. All right. Simply put, let me try that again. We buy differently in the public sector compared to the private sector. While both public procurement and private supply chain management involve the acquisition of goods and services, they operate under vastly different constraints, priorities, and regulatory environments. The NRF chair and the NRF CEO have both pointedly noted the importance of this differentiation in their opening messages. And I think this goes to the core of why we are focusing on procurement methods. Public procurement is subject to strict regulations and transparency requirements, making the public procurement process more complex than its private counterpart. Public procurement often balances multiple, sometimes conflicting objectives, for example, value for money, social goals, economic development, while private supply chain primarily focus on profitability and efficiency. Public procurement must consider a broader range of stakeholders, including taxpayers, political entities, and various public interest groups, much more than private acquisition. Public procurement operates with public funds and often within annual budget cycles, while private supply chain can be more flexible in their financial management. Private supply chains often have more latitude for risk-taking and innovation, while public procurement tends to be more risk-averse due to public scrutiny accountability requirements that frown upon so-called failures. Public procurement typically requires open competition and limits long-term supplier relationships, while private supply chains can develop more strategic long-term partnerships. A focus on procurement methods allows us to explore this distinctiveness of public procurement as a phenomenon and to work from that central position in public procurement outwards to determine the scope of the field. In a very real sense, a focus on procurement methods can thus enable us to map the field. When one looks around the world at the current landscape of procurement methods, one finds both significant differences and similarities. There is certainly no consensus globally on the ideal set of procurement methods or even the modalities of a particular common type of method. However, close scrutiny of many of these systems reveals that the differences are often only skin deep. While there are significant differences in terminology, the substance underlying the different method labels often show remarkable similarities. That is, different systems may use different labels, but they often follow the same basic modality of acquisition. There are different ways in which one can attempt to systemize procurement methods to cut through the terminological haze to allow for sensible discussion across the narrow confines of specific systems. One can classify procurement methods in terms of a number of factors, and I've got 5 on the screen. One could do so by the degree of competition. In a limited sense, very simplistically, open competitive, limited competitive, or non-competitive. One can differentiate and classify by pricing mechanism. Fixed price, cost reimbursement, incentive contracts. One can, controversially, classify by means of contract type. Traditional contracts, framework agreements, public-private partnerships, community participation arrangements. One can categorize by the specificity and strictness of the prescripts. Detailed rules on all aspects of the method that must be strictly followed, or some rules with a measure of flexibility in application, or open-ended, very general principles to simply be adhered to in whatever steps are taken. Or one can classify by the complexity of the procurement process. Is it simply buying, or perhaps ordering, or tendering, or sourcing, or supply strategy development? And there are, of course, many other factors that one can take into account. Across the globe and across procurement systems, there are very many different procurement methods in use today. The main methods include the following. Open tendering tends to be a standard in many parts of the world, and certainly up to date in South Africa as well. This includes wide advertisement, all qualifying bidders can submit bids, and it promotes maximum competition and transparency. Restricted tendering. Limited number of pre-qualified suppliers invited to bid, and less competition between a limited number of suppliers. Often very useful for complex or specialized procurements. Request for proposals, RFPs, typically used when the solution is not predetermined. It allows for innovation from the suppliers, and it often provides for some form of negotiation with suppliers based on the actual solutions proposed. Direct contracting, single source procurement without competition, the least competitive of all methods. It is typically used, as we know very well in South Africa, in emergency scenarios, or I think quite relevant for physically where we are in a scientific hub, also for procurement of unique products and services for which there's only really one supplier in the market. Framework agreements. These are long-term agreements with suppliers, providing an overarching umbrella structure in terms of which ongoing acquisition can be done. Quite often, it streamlines procurement for recurring needs. Electronic reverse auctions. Online, real-time bidding in the correct context and under correct conditions. Public-private partnerships, PPPs, and these are only partly procurement, they go well beyond procurement. These are long-term contracts involving private financing behind public functions, often used for large infrastructure projects over an extended period of time. And finally, competitive negotiation procedures, sometimes also called competitive dialogue, used for highly complex projects and allows for large measure of discussion and negotiation with bidders to refine solutions before a final award is made. And there are, of course, many variations on this theme. The choice of which method to include in any particular procurement system hinges on a range of factors. I'm clearly pointing in the wrong direction. Just some of these include legal and regulatory frameworks. And these could be at the national level, having a national law prescribing what your procurement methods are, or allowing for freedom to innovate, to come up with new procedures over time. But there are also international legal constraints on many systems in terms of what type of method could be introduced. The WTO Government Procurement Agreement is a good example. In the EU, there are the directives that would bind national systems to particular procurement methods. Also, from a legal and regulatory perspective, very important to note that transparency and anti-corruption measures these days from a legal position provide, getting very nervous, he's coming closer to me, provide legal obligations on systems. That's got far-reaching implications for the type of methods that can be implemented. The UN Convention Against Corruption is a prime example. Secondly, the nature and complexity of the procurement. Standardization versus customization. The technical complexity, the urgency of the need are all relevant considerations. Market conditions is another important factor. How many suppliers are there in this particular sector? What is the market maturity? To what extent can the particular market respond to more complex procurement methods? The value and the risk profile involved in the procurement. That is something we know quite well in South Africa. Contract value, threshold values. What is the risk assessment involved in this particular procurement? What are the life cycle costs involved? Capacity and expertise. On the one hand, your procurement workforce capacity. To what extent can they deal with complex procedures, with negotiations, but also supplier capacity. To what extent are you working in a sector where suppliers are able to negotiate or deal with very complex procedures? Or are you dealing with small enterprises where the method must be as streamlined and as simple as possible? Policy objectives, again something we know quite well in South Africa. Are there any socioeconomic goals that you want to insert into procurement? What about innovation policy and what methods are suitable for innovation? Past experience and organizational culture. What is the risk appetite in your particular system? Resource availability. How much time do you have available? How much capacity do you have within your procurement function to run your method? And project characteristics. What is the size and the scale of the project? Are there any interdependencies? And what are the innovation requirements? These are all factors that should influence your choice of available methods within your system. And then finally, what in my view are the current key developments internationally in public procurement methods that I think we should be applying our minds to? And given that the chair is already sitting right next to me, I'll be fairly quick on this list. I think digital transformation and e-procurement must be front of mind. Here we're talking about end-to-end procurement systems, which worldwide is still not implemented as a standard, certainly not in South Africa. But we also think way beyond that very simple solution to things like blockchain. And of course now, the big buzzword, need I say it, AI. To what extent is ChatGPT and Claude and Copilot going to drive procurement going forward? Secondly, and this is not a hierarchy, it's just a list, sustainable public procurement. In my view, the most important factor impacting on future development. if there's going to be any future for us as a species on this planet, in procurement we will have to pay close attention to sustainability. That's got huge implications for the type of methods that we're using. Thirdly, and I think very apt for where we are, innovation-friendly procurement. None of these things can be done without innovation. To what extent are our methods promoting innovation? And I'll be much quicker now. Collaboration and centralized procurement. And we'll have more inputs on that in one of the future sessions. Flexibility and simplification. Have we become top-heavy? Too many rules? Can we simplify? Strategic use of data. Big data is now the buzzword. How do we use it in our procurement methods? How do procurement methods enable us to gather the data we need? Risk management and supply chain resilience. Need I say more than COVID-19 and the experiences we had with that crisis? We know that we live in a time when crisis will become more. And Chair, I'm almost done. Professionalization of procurement. How do we deal with our human capacity? Ethical procurement and anti-corruption measures, I need say no more in the South African context on this. And finally, agile procurement methods. We need to be able to respond quicker. We need quicker turnaround times. Chair, these developments reflect a shift towards more strategic, sustainable, technologically driven and relational public procurement. All of these impact directly on procurement methods. To me, the shift towards a greater relational paradigm is probably the most important factor in the future of procurement methods design, because it forces us to think beyond an individual transaction in setting up procurement methods and considering how the method will foster the network of relationships we want to create that can optimally supply the public with the goods and services it needs. I thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Prof. Gio. Thank you also for sticking to time. Initially I thought it was a great idea, but I didn't know that the middle chair was that deep. So once you go down, you almost don't come up. So thanks for giving that bit of an overview. I'm sure there are many questions for you online. Again, please do make use of the chat functionality. Of course, the rest of us will just jot down, because after the next input, we will create an opportunity for you to ask those questions. So after the bit of an overview of what we're dealing with, some of the things to think about, let's hear what are some of the current perspectives on procurement methods. And I'm going to invite the Professor of Economics at Corvinus University of Budapest, Institute of Business Economics, Hungary, and a member of the multi-stakeholder expert group on e-procurement of the European Commission, the one, the only, Professor Tunde Tadrai.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. This is the first time for me to come here. I've already seen lions, rhinos, everything yesterday, so I'm okay. I have quite a completed project here. So first of all, I'd like to talk about the current perspectives on procurement methods, but not just from the European perspective, but let's say coming from a, I think it should work somehow. Back. Ah, okay, it's not a problem, it's not working, but that would be very good to make it work. Okay, so I'll talk about, very good, not just from the European perspective, but from a developing countries perspective. We have lots of kinds of experience coming from the Central Eastern European countries, and we realized that there is a need to get more information about the characteristics of our procurement market in the EU. we do have a database. We call it Tenders Electronic Daily. And right now we are able to compare different countries' power procurement data. All these data are in a structured way, so it is accessible for everybody. So what we did is that a couple of researchers tried to dig a little bit deeper into this database. And what we found is that there is a lack of competition in general in the developing countries. So what is happening? It means that we simply do not have enough bidders. If we just have a look at the average number of bids, there is no problem at all, of course. But if we count, for example, the proportionality of single bidder power procurement procedures, meaning that we have just one bidder in those power procurement procedures, that we found that in the developing countries, 30–40% of the procedures we do have just one bidder.
Hi, Sasha, how are you?
It's fine, thank you, I'm okay. So above.
From MQA. Did you receive it? Yes.
So, good. So above the EU threshold, which means that we are counting above the EU threshold and we do have data in a structured way, which means that we, of course, do not include all the power procurement information coming from all the countries, but this is comparable. So it seems that we are in a very interesting situation because we do use power procurement for different kinds of objectives. Of course, we would like to make our power procurement innovative, competitive, the market. We would like to take into consideration sustainable aspects. But if we do not have enough bidders, what can we do? This is the reason why several countries try to create different kinds of methods in order to reach more bidders, to use preliminary market consultation more, and to choose the methods following their internal guidelines, not just the regulation, but something else, because we have a feeling that if we do not have a competition, then we simply cannot make any kind of power procurement, just direct contracting. So we compared the data and we found that not just the level of competition is lower in the developing countries, but even the structure of bids, which means that if we have a look at just the 1 bid, 2 bid, 3 bid, 4, 5, and 5 and more bid data, then in the developed countries, there are more or less the same proportionality of the power procurement procedures. But in the developing countries, we do have 30–40% of the single bidder power procurement procedures and let's say 25% the procedures having 2 bids, and less in terms of 3, 4, and 5. So if we try to encourage bidders to come to the market, it seems that they do not exist right now. They are simply not interested in public procurement. Maybe because of the level of administration. Maybe because of the mandatory electronic public procurement, we do not know. Maybe public procurement is not sexy enough, so they find opportunities anywhere else, not in the power procurement market. So there could be several kinds of reasons why we have to face with these problems. The Commission decided to create different kinds of indicators in order to control these countries. And one of the most important indicators is the single bidder indicator. So if we do not reach a certain level of indicators, we do not get money from the European Commission. So this is really a pressure on these countries you can imagine. So this is the reason why several power procurement contracting authorities try to choose their procurement methods in a different way, having a look at the fact that they have to reach higher number of bidders. One of the worst solution is what I can see in several power procurement regulation is that the contracting authority makes it mandatory to have at least 2 bidders. You can imagine what is happening. Of course, one bidder tries to find a friend, and then immediately there will be 2 bidders. So in this way, we're able to increase the opportunity for collusion and for organizing cartels. So it simply destroys the power procurement market. So there are, of course, so many other methods to increase the number of bidders. For example, we found that if we use the lowest price as an awarding criteria, then we do have a little bit more bidders. That's a tricky thing, because now in the EU, we do have to use something else than the lowest price. So I have to show an evidence as a contracting authority if I want to use the lowest price. So what could be the problem? Based on the researches, we found that if there is a lack of knowledge and a lack of confidence in power procurement, and if the corruption level is high, then simply bidders do believe in a lowest price better, because behind the lowest price they believe that there is nothing else. And if there is, for example, a subjective awarding criteria, the message of this subjective criteria does come on. Maybe it is socially responsible, maybe it is green, but maybe there is behind something which the bidders do not want to know. So this is the reason why we have to take a step back and how to say, restructure our objectives and rethink what to do, how to make our power procurement innovative. It's very easy to put to the regulation to make it mandatory and to create mandatory awarding criteria. But if we are not in that level of development, and our main problem is much more related to corruption issues, then maybe the simpler is better for these countries in order to reach the higher level of competition. The same question is the lots. If I divide the subject matter into several lots in order to help SMEs, it's great. But if I'm a contracting authority and I want to organize my power procurement efficiently, of course I do not want to divide the subject matter into 100 pieces. So we can see that even though if we divide subject matter into lots, it's good for SMEs, then we do have more bidders, but till 3 or 4 lots in general. So it doesn't mean that I have to divide everything, and lot is the only solution to help SMEs and to have more bidders. If a contract duration is longer, then of course we have more bidders. If the value is higher, of course we have more bidders. But there is no one solution how we can reach the higher level of competition. Of course, there is an impact, a serious impact on the methods used by the contracting authorities. And you can see that the decision is subordinated to ensuring competition. Coming back to a question of how to supply the market, I mean, I mentioned what Professor Kino just told. We had COVID. Right now in Europe, we do have a war. And of course, we faced with a lot of problems in terms of supplying the market. The lack of goods and services, and of course, the lack of interest of several economic operators. We do have several kinds of procedures. A couple of procedures allow us to negotiate, to communicate with the bidders, economic operators, a couple of not. When we have a look at the data, we can see that we do have more bidders if we communicate with the market players. If we have a preliminary market consultation before initiating the notice, let's sit down and without a conflict of interest problem, let's think about the subject matter if, for example, the subject matter is extremely complex. If it is not, of course, it is not extremely important. when deciding about the negotiation or non-negotiation related issues, we should take into consideration that it takes much more time and of course it needs much more energy and efforts to negotiate and to sit down with the economic operators. There is a serious misunderstanding. Since 2004, in European regulation, it is not allowed to start a negotiated procedure freely. There should be a reason behind, there should be an evidence, a written evidence. Why do I have to want to start a negotiated procedure? The misunderstanding is so hard to understand. Several regulators think that if we negotiate, then the level of corruption in those procurement procedures are much higher. I have to tell you that based on the researches, it's completely not the truth. If there is a corruption, it is settled before the procurement procedure, not within the negotiation. It is too late, let's say, but you understand exactly what I'm talking about. So now we are facing the debate that we really, really would like to liberalize a little bit the European market and the European procurement, and to give the opportunity to contracting authority to decide whether they want to communicate or not. We have three kinds of, let's say, negotiated procedure. The normal negotiated procedure is when we just sit down after receiving the bids, and then we finalize the contracts and the subject matter. The second is a competitive dialogue, when a contracting authority does not know exactly what to buy. And before receiving the first bid, the contracting authority wants to sit down and talk about the subject matter and the characteristics of the contract and so on. And the third is an innovation partnership. I know exactly that Professor Eukens will talk about the innovation partnership, but just based on the numbers, we can see just a couple of innovation partnerships in the EU. Why? Because innovation partnerships has quite a high risk. Because if a contracting authority just wants to sit down, sign a partnership with several economic operators, talking about problems and future needs, and then initiating a procedure and make a kind of competition, there is a risk that there won't be enough economic operators because they are sure they do not want to share information before starting the procedure. So logically, for a procurement expert, it's really not easy to manage an innovation partnership. If you're creative enough, like I saw several successful creative and nice innovation partnership in Finland, in Sweden, but the level of corruption is extremely low in those countries. So I do understand why they are not as risk averse as we are in the eastern side of Europe. We are talking about methods, but let's say first of all, we should clarify what method means, because the preliminary market consultation could be a method. This is a kind of pre-stage of the procurement procedure when talking about the future issues before initiating the notice. But a procedure is a method too, a negotiated and a non-negotiated method. But when we want to supply the market, especially within a war, within a pandemic situation, or afterwards, then we should think for a little bit of a longer term. There are so many solutions in the world. When contracting authorities pre-qualify economic operators, try to manage somehow the system. This is more on a systemic level. If I pre-qualify sometimes hundreds and hundreds of economic operators, it's great. The question is, if I close the system or keep it open. In Europe, we do have two kinds of solutions for this long-term procurement method. The first is a framework agreement. You have framework agreement too, but of course the regulations are a bit different behind the framework agreement. Okay, this is thank you. Behind the framework agreement regulation. In an original framework agreement, the contracting authority is able to decide whether just having one contractor and then ordering a little bit later, or starting a consultation just with that one particular economic operator, or having several suppliers and then starting a mini competition or ordering directly from an e-catalog. But you can see that there are so many information in the system, how to manage it, how to know if I'm able to order more or not, how to decide whether I'm allowed to let, as for example, a center purchasing body, other contracting authorities in order to be supplied by my framework agreement. So without an integrated system, without structured data, it's really, really hard to manage such a systemic solution like a framework agreement. It can help if a contracting authority is experienced enough, or if several contracting authorities work together, for example, and they organize some kind of joint solution and, for example, create their own centralized procurement. So it depends on lots of kinds of things. You can see that there is the dynamic purchasing system. This is an innovation of the European regulation, which means that I keep the door open, let all the economic operators to come in, I qualify them and let them to sit down, doing nothing, no price. And when I start a mini competition, then I start a mini competition without additional administration, because now I have already qualified the suppliers. It seems nice. But in between the two different types of long-term procurement methods, it's really not easy to choose, because without having an experience and data and knowledge and expertise, and of course some kind of IT solution in order to help to order by the contracting authorities, it really, really makes life hard for a contracting authority. I've started my presentation with data, and would like to call your attention for the importance of these electronic systems. There is no one solution, there is no one perfect system in all over the world. There are so many different kinds of electronic power procurement systems. First of all, let's publish the notices as you publish your notices. And then, if you're able, let's try to follow the power procurement process, but not just till the end of the power procurement procedure. A little bit later, you should get more information. I'm talking about the execution of the contract. We have a need to have more flexible contracts, agile contracts, but without contract modification, we cannot do this. But if I let the contract modified, oh, come on, it has an indirect effect on the competition. Because if other economic operators, have known about these opportunities to increase price, maybe they should get a little bit better price. So this kind of agile contract logic, this is an emerging concept. There is a strong debate, not just in the EU, but everywhere. Needs information about execution and needs a lot of additional efforts in order to keep the level of competition even in the execution phase. And last but not least, AI. Yes, AI is coming, but without having an integrated system, without taking into consideration the contract execution data, we cannot change the world. Blockchain is nice, and of course, several automatization solutions would help to procurement experts. But first of all, we need information about the market in order to develop it. And last but not least, in 2010, Cotton Lumber published a real game changer publication. It was about procurement as a policy tool. and they found that public procurement as an industrial policy tool could be an option for developing countries to improve their everyday life and could be a kind of solution for a couple of problems. I do believe in it coming from a developing country, but without having information about the market, without taking into consideration these aspects, we cannot use it as a tool. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Toonde. If I can ask both of you, Prof. Gio and Prof. Toonde, to just join me on stage. We're going to open up the floor to some questions. I saw that we have some 260 plus online participants, so I'm sure that there are probably a lot of comments and questions in the chat. We're going to first go to the online participants, and then I'm going to bring it back to the room. I don't know what you heard. I heard that it's complex. I heard that there's many a slip between the lip and the cup. I heard that those who have will probably get more, and I heard that our decision-making is unfortunately impacted by the rigor of our understanding and interrogation of the process, but there's not a lot of people working on that. That's what I heard. Maybe you heard something else. So let's see. Let's go online and let's get a sense from our online moderators whether there are any questions or comments that we want to fire from the online. If not, then I'm going to go to my left. I've got a hand. Thank you.
So this from the online.
All right, yes.
Chair, just so one of the questions is, innovation is critical in the balancing of the inclusion as well as the economic principle in public procurement. So I think what they're asking is, how do you balance through these methods inclusion of those that might have been disadvantaged in the past, but still achieve the benefits of sustainability and innovation?
Right, so is there another one? Do you want to take more than one question? All right, can we take another one? All right, so how do we balance inclusion and access?
I think that was the key one. There's other administrative questions that have come through.
All right, so let me go to the floor. Yes, please. You can just hit the little button.
Okay. Thanks very much. I know this is an international conference, but I'm going to ask a South African question. Thank you very much, Professor Toonde, for that point. We'll want to take that up further. But Heo, I noted that your classification of procurement methods used 5 categories. And as we know, the South African Constitution has 5 factors that are constitutional, prescribed as governing the procurement system. I'm kind of guessing from your reaction to this question that there was no intentionality of mapping those 5 factors onto those 5 criteria. But it does seem like there's a rough possibility, actually, taking a look at them. So any comment on that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, and I'm going to check if there's one more question. Thank you.
Thanks. This is from myself. Thank you very much for the presentation. One of the things I noticed in the UK's the Procurement Act in the UK, is that they have exempted R&D, research and development, from the procurement processes. From a developing country's perspective, what are your thoughts on that? Should we have methods for research and development, procurement of research and development services, or is that best dealt as an exemption?
All right, so let's take those 3 questions. I think the one dealt with inclusion, the other one was the alignment with constitution, and then the question related to research and development. All right. That's a little bit soft, if you wouldn't mind.
So when balancing the different let's say methods, how to incorporate sustainable issues, there are 5 elements in the power procurement procedure. The exclusion ground, for example, an economic operator has an environmental fine, for example, then I exclude them as a contracting authority. The second is a minimum requirement, some kind of reference, for example. The third is an awarding criteria. The fourth is the terms and conditions and the technical specification. And the fifth is the contractual obligations. And if we try to dig a little bit deeper, then we find that several contracting authorities, you take just symbolic steps in order to make their power procurement sustainable. If it is easy to find in the notice, then you put something in the awarding in between the awarding criteria, which seems like green. But in most of the cases, they make it in a parameterized version, because it's easier to evaluate and easier to use. What we can see is, based on the European Court of Justice's decisions, that these symbolic steps are totally not enough. And there should be a connection in between the sanctions, the contractual sanctions, and the awarding criteria if we use it. But this is the less or the most risk-averse strategy. So most of the contracting authority use this. Why? Because if they exclude several economic operators because not having an ISO 14000, for example, something which could narrow the opportunities of economic operators, then they have less economic operators. So in this way, they are interconnected, the two aspects, to make power procurement sustainable and, of course, to increase the level of competition. So the balance is somehow, what I can see based on the data, what we have is to use it more as an awarding criteria, green and social aspects, mainly green, which relates to the subject matter, and of course to connect it to the contract. From the social point of view, the story is a little bit different. Because if you're able to control and monitor the supply chain, then we will reach a much higher impact from the social perspective. So if I know that there is a child labor on the subcontractors level, and I'm able to control, I'm able to get information, and if there is a false declaration that there is a sanction even on the subcontractor side to be excluded from the system, then maybe it could really lead to a higher level of activity of contracting authorities to deal with social issues. But if it creates additional problems, then they will simply not deal with the social elements. So there is a competition in between green and social issues, unfortunately. So when talking about balance, it's really, really hard to make them understood that it is simply on the same level. May I continue with my second question? So the R&D. Coming from a university, I really I know exactly that especially the services in terms of R&D, it's really hard to procure. How to start a competition if I want the best of the best experts of the system? And yes, in most of the cases, we use it as an exemption, but how? And there is a limit, which is a very important limit. If there is an exclusive right, for example, if we work on a prototype as a contracting authority and buy R&D services, and finally I will be the only one as a contracting authority who will be entitled to use that particular research outcome, then it cannot happen. So I have to make it open as I can. And I think this is the inflection point when buying R&D, via power procurement or not. If I use power procurement, innovation partnership, competitive dialogue, negotiated procedure, we can do lots of kinds of things. But this is the question of the characteristic of the R&D. But the first question is, if I use it only, nobody else, or I make it open, because then it would make sense to use as an exemption.
Yeah, I think just go there. Thanks for those questions. So firstly, on the question of balancing, I mean, I think Professor Tatra has made the really important point that one must look at the entire procurement function when you start to think about inserting these different objectives or realizing different objective methods is one moment, but it's not the entire procurement function. And I think then it may very well be possible to arrive at a balance by inserting different objectives at different points in the whole procurement function. So it might be that the method is prioritizing one particular objective, but a different aspect, like a specification, for example, might be promoting or pursuing a different objective. And by doing that, you arrive at some kind of balance. So I think it's important to look holistically at your procurement function when you're talking about how do we achieve a kind of a balancing act, equilibrium with different objectives that might or might not be in tension with each other. However, the last 2 points I'll quickly make on that is, firstly, I also think one should be very careful of this balancing narrative. Balancing is great, but sometimes it is a matter of priorities. Sometimes it is as easy as saying, we think this is more important than that. And then we should have the conviction to see that through. So I think one shouldn't be too obsessed with always trying to balance everything. Sometimes it's just not possible, and sometimes some things are just more important. And then the other important point to bear in mind is that public procurement as a whole is, of course, not the only policy tool we've got in the stable. There are other policy tools as well. So we should be careful of not trying to make public procurement do all the policy implementation work. And that really brings me to, I think, the most important point there. And this is a point that Professor Tatra has also made both in her presentation and now. And that is that we must have data to be able to do any of this responsibly. And for me, that is probably more important than thinking about what specific method would be best to achieve a balance. It's more important to use a method that will generate the kind of data that would allow you to make a judgment call on to what extent you're achieving an objective or not. So take the example of a set-aside versus a preference mechanism. So a set-aside would often hide the cost of additional policy considerations that's driving the set-aside, because you're not seeing in the competition what the cost would be absent those policy considerations, right? You're only seeing the solutions that's providing the policy solution. In a preference, however, you're seeing the entire pool of suppliers, and you can start to see data on the cost factor, for example, of what it would cost you to go for the preferred policy as opposed to not. And just having that data available would then put you in a position to make judgment calls about whether this is a viable policy tool or not. So, for example, should we use procurement to do this, or should we do tax breaks or grants or any other policy tool? So I think whatever we do, it must generate the data that we need to make responsible decisions. I'm not going to say anything about the R&D. I think Professor Tatra has answered that. I cannot really add anything to that. So Jonathan, to your question, did my 5 categories really map onto or reflect the 5 principles in 217? Look, I would like to just stand here and say, of course it did, right? I designed it as such. No, not consciously. But who knows subconsciously, right? Because I, of course, live section 2171 every day. So it might be that there's something going on in my subconscious. But I don't think, I mean, I agree with you. It's certainly possible. I do see the possibility, and I see kind of 5 papers perhaps out of that. But I don't think that there will necessarily be a one-on-one relationship between each one of the 5 principles and the 5 factors or categories that I've identified. I think the mapping will be perhaps a little bit more complex, nuanced. There might be a stronger weighting of one principle in one of the factors and then going forward, so that, you know, again, it would allow you in that kind of, if I don't want to call it a taxonomy, but of course it's approaching a taxonomy, and in using that taxonomy, it could help you to arrive at decisions around the weighting behind the 5 principles. And that might be useful, but I've, I've not given that the same level of thought yet, but I think it's certainly interesting. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you for your feedback. Thank you for those questions. And I'm sure that we can continue the conversation over a bit of a break. So we're gonna call this the end of our morning session. And we are inviting you to interact with our speakers, and obviously they are here for the next day and a half still. I think there's a lot to think about. I know nothing about the topic. But I'm standing here and I'm thinking, if we are committed to create a better society and procurement is an enabler, then how do we do that? Yes, we look at data, but whose data? If you look at data from the top, we are always at the back. We're always chasing, and we're never going to get there. So let's continue the conversation over tea, and we are back on my watch at 11:15. So let's take half an hour, stretch your legs, enjoy the tea break. Thanks again to our 2 speakers, Professor Tunde and Professor Giel. Right, online gentlemen, online audience, we're taking a break and we're back at 11:15. Half an hour. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, welcome back. It is 11:15, so we would like to continue with our program. So welcome back to all our online viewers again. We're now into the second part of our learning. We have three inputs coming to you between now and, of course, then we'll take another Q&A, and then we will break for lunch. Right, so shall we get the show on the road? Or do I give it another 2 minutes? That don't waste time. I know you guys in procurement are all about deadlines and meeting deadlines and stuff being submitted on time. So you are very time bound. But I'm just double checking. I don't know whether the presenters are in the room. Professor Eukens, Ms. Roy, and Prof. Williams. Okay. All right, so while we wait, of course, you are welcome to share with your neighbor, you know, what has been your aha moment for this morning, after the first session. Did you have an aha moment, or do you think it will come now? Do you have that one question that you hope will be answered, and if it's not answered, you have it already written down so that you can ask it at or fire it at the presenters? So yeah, we are back. Hopefully you enjoyed your tea, your comfort break, had a bit of a quick snack, so that we can continue with the second half of our input. As I said, we have three presenters, again, each having 20 minutes in terms of sharing their input. And then we will have a Q&A where all three of them will be on stage, and you are then welcome to fire questions at them. All right, so this morning we had a bit of an overview. There were some introductions made in terms of what procurement is, what are some of the methods, and lots of questions asked, and I think some of these questions we'll still mull over, especially maybe questions around transformation and inclusion and innovation. What does that mean in our context, and what are some of the things we need to put in place in order for us to impact the system in a real and a profound way. Right, so let's get into it. So we're going to have an input on the methods for complex and innovation procurement. And our first speaker then is Professor Christopher Eukens from the Lynn David Research. Well, he's a Lynn Davis Research Professor in Government Procurement Law at the George Washington University in the United States of America. And as I said, talking about methods for complex and innovation procurement. The floor is yours. There's a little clicker, which in principle is forward, that side, and back. That's all yours. 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, Lynn David is an actual person. I've known her for 30 years. Usually really smart. And if you have a research or other chair position, your funder is dead, so they don't call you anymore. Lynn calls me every week, and she says always the same thing. Did you mention me at the beginning of the conference? I say, yes, we mentioned you, Lynn. We did mention. Thank you for your contributions. So I wanted to walk through with you some of the aspects of procurement innovation that we've seen both in Europe and the United States. I am so mindful of where you are in South Africa. You're at an exciting period where you're moving from legislation to regulation. By the way, by coincidence, Botswana is going through the same thing, that they're going from legislation to regulation. The Dominican Republic, exactly the same thing. Country after country, you're seeing this evolution. What I'm going to do is I'll be drawing some examples from the United States and from the European Union so you can understand possible ways forward. I am incredibly conscious of the fact that I'm not here to teach you about being U.S. procurement lawyers or European procurement officials. I am here to share lessons that you can use in South Africa as you move forward in shaping your procurement system over the next couple of years. And I'm very, very privileged to be part of that. So when we talk about innovation procurement, by the way, I co-edited a book on this issue with a professor at the University of Turin named Gabriele Racca, and we outfoxed the publisher, and we put the entire book onto my blog on publicprocurementinternational.com, publicprocurementinternational.com, for free. Yes, for free. The European publishers are awful about open data, and we were able to figure out a way to get past the rules and put the whole book up there. So if you want to see the book that we co-edited with really contributions from around the world on procurement and innovation, feel free to go to Public Procurement International. It's on the left-hand side. So one of the critical things about procurement innovation actually means three different things. It means purchasing innovation into the government. So the government can purchase innovative things like new cameras or new computers, or whatever it is. A second is to spur innovation in the marketplace. And the third is innovation in how you're going to procure. And we found it very helpful in putting together the book, and I think it's helpful to understand this conference, that you're doing all three things at the same time. You're trying to figure out how the government and governments in South Africa can purchase innovative products. You're trying to figure out how to drive innovation forward in the South African economy, and at the same time, sort of as in an airplane that's in flight, you're trying to put things together, build the airplane around you. You're trying to build a regulatory structure that makes all this possible. So this is the email that, oh, I'm sorry. This is, almost there, Sean. There we go. This is the email that Heo sent me about what he wanted me to talk about. And why did he send me this email? Because he hates me. Heo wanted me to give you a completely boring speech. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk to you about the elements here, but really with an eye to allowing you to have building blocks, pieces for your own process as you're drafting your regulations. By the way, one of the things I'll be talking about a lot is the Small Business Innovation Research Program in the U.S. government. There is actually an 80-page guide that's published by the Small Business Administration. I've got a picture of it there, which gives you more background on that if you want it. So a first step is, this is pre-commercial procurement in the European Union. If you ask Tunda about pre-commercial procurement, she just rolls her eyes back. She says, oh, this is horrible. This is a way to give contracts to your buddies. She won't say that in public, but now I've repeated it. Okay, so it's not a good idea from a procurement standpoint, but it is a good idea from a propaganda standpoint. The European Union, to a remarkable extent, is a top-down system where you have propaganda coming out of Brussels about why we're wonderful as a European Union as they try to advance the European Union as an institution, okay? In that process, they've generated some really cool propaganda about a very flexible procurement approach to research and development. And the American examples I'm going to give you are not so good at propaganda because they're American procurement institutions, the Army, the Navy, people like that. They're not very good at propaganda, so they're not good at generating reasons for why this is important. The Commission is really good at propaganda. So they say having a flexible procurement system to reach out and buy research and development is really good for the following reasons. They say it allows breakthrough solutions to come forward. Breakthrough solutions won't be swallowed up by the procurement system. It gives first customer references. It allows an innovator in the marketplace to say, look, I have a government contract. I must be successful. I must be good. Otherwise, the government would not have given me this contract. So it gives them a seal of approval. Facilitates the access of new innovative players, such as small, medium-sized enterprises, into the system. Otherwise, they can't get in. A government procurement system, as it matures, is almost always oligopolistic. It locks out the new entrants. Having an innovative, flexible system, a nimble system for purchasing research and development beats that. Allows sharing the risks and benefits, designing, prototyping, testing new products. So this is where private capital can come in and boost the research and development that the government needs to do. This is a akin to a public-private partnership. It creates optimum conditions for wider commercialization. See, they're tilting towards, even though this program is not about commercial solutions, it explicitly is not about commercial solutions, they're tipping over the edge and they're saying, hey, these solutions that we're developing will advance the commercial marketplace. It reduces market fragmentation and it allows highly qualified research and development jobs in Europe. Bottom line, this is about strengthening the economy in Europe. These propaganda folks, the European Commission has done a very good job in delivering this as a solution. Now I want to take you into the slightly more boring world of U.S. procurement and talk about what it is that the U.S. has developed over the last 20 or 30 years, building largely on small business preferences. So all of these programs are going to be flexible enough to accommodate the preferences that are an inherent part of South African procurement today. It's important to say that up front. Just in our case, most of the cornerstone preference in the U.S. is not based on historical prejudice, but instead the cornerstone preference here is based upon small business status, small business status. By the way, for the regulators, one of the things to think about is as you have preferences, enforcing those preferences and checking on to make sure that people are not defrauding based on preferences is a very complicated matter, but that's a matter for another day. So the first is, and this is what one of the things that Hale raised, talk about broad agency announcements. Talk about broad agency announcements. A broad agency announcement is the Navy, a naval command will say, for the next year, we're going to receive solutions on desalination. We want the market to come forward with desalination solutions. And those proposals won't all come in at the same time. They'll come in at different points, and the Navy unit, let's say the Navy labs, will fund those desalination solutions based on funding availability. They'll be vetting those solutions, and this is the important part for the regulators. They're vetting those solutions based upon a peer review. Peer review is very rare in our system. When you see it, you go, oh, wait a minute. This isn't done by technical people within the agency. They're bringing outsiders. That's a yellow or red flag for you. Why are the Americans using peer review? It's because of corruption risk. It's because they're afraid that a contracting official will give these little research and development contracts to a buddy, and therefore we have corruption. So to get past that, they're using peer review. So an important thing to carry away from broad area announcements, this structure, is the use of peer review. Now that was carried forward into commercial solutions opening. And yesterday during the colloquium, we talked about how can South Africa continue to evolve. Once you've set the regulatory structure, what if you discover, and you will, because this is an evolving science, what if you discover a new structure? How are you going to accommodate it? Are you going to take it through the entire regulatory process? Commercial solutions openings is actually a great example of an intermediate solution. It's called a deviation. In American procurement law, it's called a deviation. Typically, Congress will authorize a particular approach, but you don't need that necessarily. You could also have a senior procurement officer in the Air Force say, I want to deviate from the regulatory structure. I'm going to publish a deviation, and people can challenge it. It's called a deviation. And if you open up the Federal Acquisition Regulation, it's right there. They publish it as part of the regulation. The deviation allows this new space for this innovative approach. Another thing that's an interesting part of commercial solutions openings is there's a $100 million cap. You can go above that, but because you have a higher risk of corruption, you have to give congressional notification. So creating a cap, but then creating parliamentary notification is another innovation that may be useful for you. The Small Business Innovation Research and the Small Business Technology Transfer, these are the two programs that are covered by that Small Business Administration guide I told you about. The thing I want to emphasize to this is phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. This is very much like the innovation partnerships you see in Europe. The critical thing I want to emphasize for you is the valley of death. It's the valley of death. I'm an entrepreneur. I come forward to the government. They give me $100,000, $200,000 to develop an idea. That's phase 1. Phase 2, I want to move forward further. I want to start thinking about how I could commercialize this solution. That's phase 2. So they give me maybe $200,000 or $300,000 more. And then phase 3 is the actual commercialization. The valley of death occurs not only in this program, but in technology in general, in the move from development then to full production and commercialization. That's the valley of death. And many, many ideas die in the valley of death. How does the federal government solve this problem of the valley of death? The SBA, remember, so you have a proponent agency, an agency whose job it is to celebrate and push small businesses forward. They write the regulations for this area. Well, the Small Business Administration has said, if you have a phase 1 and phase 2, you get a procurement preference in phase 3. You get an automatic procurement preference, which sounds great as a way to get across the valley of death. Hey, I can survive the valley of death because I'm going to have a procurement preference. Not such a good idea in practice, though. Let's assume this podium is a technology, okay? Somebody comes up with a phase 1 and phase 2 on how we'll set up podiums. We're going to make them out of cement instead of make them out of wood. They get phase 1 and phase 2 funding, and then they have a procurement preference for all podiums. So that means 10 years from now, if the South African government buys podiums, they have to buy concrete podiums because of that procurement preference. The procurement preference becomes a form of lock, technology lock. So while it's very seductive inside the system to use that promise of future procurement preference as a way of getting over the valley of death, it creates real encumbrance for the government down the road. So it's something that you want to be cautious about using as a solution for the valley of death. Okay, I want to go to Section 24 of the Act and look at the critical elements of what Section 24, God bless it, says almost nothing about what the procurement methods are that you should actually put in place. It talks about what the goals should be, and it talks about innovation, it talks about cost effectiveness, it anticipates a flexible procurement system for South Africa in the future, which is why I want to talk to you about a particular approach that the Americans use in the vast majority of serious procurements. Okay, so this is competitive dialogue. It's called, the Europeans call it competitive dialogue. The Americans call it competitive negotiations. Harold this morning used the term RFP. Oftentimes you'll hear the term RFP used to describe this competitive method. It's incredibly important, and I want to talk to you about it. Americans use it 60% of the time. Europeans use it about 2 to 3% of the time for procurements above the $200,000 threshold for publication of the data. Okay, so very uncommon in Europe. In places, so if you've ever been to Denmark, Denmark is the cleanest and most boring country you will ever go to in your life. Everything's clean, no corruption, okay? So it's a benchmark. I've taught Danish procurement officials. I say, look, the reason that competitive dialogue and competitive negotiation isn't used around the world is because of fear of corruption. You guys are incredibly boring. You have no corruption, and yet you never use the system, the method the Americans use in over 60% of procurement. What's going on? And they say, well, we're not really comfortable with it. So what you're hearing is, it's not really about corruption, it's about inertia. So for regulators here in South Africa to think about, if we put this in, how do we accommodate it? A big part of it will be capacity building, teaching folks how to use this system. And we've been using it since after World War II, and this is teachable. I just want to quickly go through it and then wrap up. Green means low risk, yellow means some risk, red means look out, especially from a corruption standpoint, okay? The green is request for proposals. This is actually good news. If you write a traditional specification and you say, okay, I want to buy a podium, now you bid on a low price basis for the podium, the government has to design the podium. The government writes the solution. The government has to design the solution. That's bad because government is always inferior to the private marketplace in defining a technical solution. I can guarantee you that podium makers are constantly trying to think of new and interesting ways to make podiums. Governments don't do that. Governments just use old specifications. So the first step is a great one. You're going to the marketplace saying, give me your proposals for an interesting solution balancing both quality and price. That's what the RFP is. The next, if you're concerned about your ability to move in the marketplace and really to understand how good the vendors are, you can use qualification. It's in pre-qualification. It's in yellow here because the Europeans do it early. The Americans do it as the very last stage. That qualification in the American system would be at the very, very last step. And the thing to think about is, are we pre-qualifying? In Europe, for example, it's not uncommon to see turnover requirements, minimal turnover, 50 million euros a year as a qualification requirement. You never see that in the US market because, and this is important, this whole process is a process of discussion, of exchanges. You're getting to know your partner. The Americans think we can take more risk, do the qualification assessment later because we've spent months going back and forth and learning about each other. We can take more qualification risk later on, and we're not going to set arbitrary qualification requirements like you did $50 million in business last year. We think that's arbitrary and silly. It means that the smart guy in the garage gets ignored, and that's a bad idea. Technical and price proposals, competitors are narrowed. Okay, this is a terrifying system you have. At some point, will we embrace Dr. Death? So the competitors narrowed. The Thais have refused to consider this system at all because narrowing the competitors freaks them out in Thailand. They say, we can't trust our contracting officials to narrow the number. If we have to do this, if we have to go from 20 competitors to 5, we're so concerned, we're not even going to try. We're not even going to experiment with this. So narrowing the competitors is yellow. The negotiations can actually be pretty non-scary, because you can have negotiations. Americans just do negotiations in writing. There are no oral communications. It's all in writing. So you have a complete administrative record. Technical and price evaluations, that is whether or not you do it on a subjective basis, which is what the Americans do, or you do it on a point scoring basis, which is what you see around the world. Point score or subjective, okay? That's a difficult technical question. As a practical matter, most systems moving into competitive negotiations, into competitive dialogue, use point scoring. Awards based on best value. Why have I made this red? Because this is the point where the deciding official gets bribed. And the way that we solve this is by saying it's not an agency that's making the purchase, it's one person, it's Professor Hale. Okay, and if he makes a mistake, he's accountable. He's going to get fired. He's going to get pilloried. So that means that there's a lot of accountability built into that one person. And the last is transparency in a bid challenge system. That transparency that comes with the bid challenge system reinforces the legitimacy. This is largely behind closed doors. Having a challenge system where everything gets played out on a public record reinforces, reestablishes the legitimacy of the government. Thank you very much.
Oh, you still have a minute left. You done? Thank you very much, Christopher. I mean, you spoke about the Valley of Death, so I thought I would introduce you to the chairs of death. So thank you for that input. We're going to continue and move on to our next speaker. So let me just get my program here. Right, so that was methods for complex and innovation procurement. Next up, we have an input on practical challenges and opportunity for the procurement of innovation in South Africa. And we have Ms. Santi Roy, who's the Director, Local Government, Supply Chain Management, Western Cape Government, Provincial Treasury.
Oh, you can do better than that. I'm nervous. Thank you. Not for anything else, but I'm setting my own 5-minute timer starting now. Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for having me, colleagues. I'm here to speak to you about some practical aspects about the procurement of innovation, and I'm very excited to do this, although I don't know where I'm supposed to be aiming the clicker. Where? Ha! Okay. So my first question to you is, why do we procure? What is the point of this whole discussion? Why are we here? So the technical definition that I would like to propose is that we buy stuff, whatever that stuff might be, goods, services, infrastructure, maintenance, stuff. Okay, we buy stuff to meet a need, right? It's an identified need. Which is other? That. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Must point with right hand. So we meet an identified need to enable somebody to deliver services either in-house or through outsourced ways. So they can either use products to deliver that service in-house themselves, or they outsource the service. We can also achieve socioeconomic objectives, which is the whole of Chapter 4 of our Public Procurement Act, so let's not go into detail on that. Or we can enrich individuals with nefarious intent. And unfortunately, that has been an outcome of public sector procurement, not just in this country, except for Denmark, as we've just heard. Okay, so we procure for those reasons, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So why... I don't know. Sorry, guys. This should not count against my time. So how did we get here? Why are we having this conversation today? I'm briefly going to reflect on the prior procurement reforms that led to the regulatory context that we have now and the regulatory context that we're about to go into. So, so firstly, you will all now, because of the 2022 preferential procurement regulations, be aware of the RDP white paper from November 1994, which you'll see is almost 30 years old. Shall we sing? It's very exciting that it's almost 30 years old, because I realized today that I could not find this logo anywhere. Do you remember this logo being everywhere back in '94? It was on every news broadcast. It was hovering behind the dude's head all the time. Couldn't find it anywhere. I had to go and steal it from a PDF somewhere. So the RDP program was aimed to integrate economic growth, social equity, and infrastructure development to address apartheid's legacy. Wonderful. But what did it actually say? And I'm not going to ask you to read that 80-page document like my colleagues in National Treasury are. It spoke about an affirmative procurement policy to improve access to government contracts for HDIs and SMMEs. It spoke about making contracts smaller so that SMMEs actually had an opportunity to participate in them. It talked about reducing payment times. So this is where 30-day payments comes from. Hooray for us. And it spoke about a preferential procurement system for SMMEs. The only thing that it spoke about that doesn't have a tick next to it yet, in my opinion, is the simplification of tender processes, which ironically is why we're here today, day one. And I think if you speak to SMMEs, they would agree that our tender processes are not yet appropriately simplified to allow them to actually access the market. So that was the RDP white paper. Then we had the Growth, Employment and Redistribution Strategy, which was charmingly called GEAR. Very, very simplistically, this is an economic strategy that talks about buttons that don't work. It has become increasingly evident that job creation, which is a primary source of income redistribution, remains inadequate. It is widely recognized that the present growth trajectory of about 3% per annum, who has seen our growth trajectory for this year? It's nowhere near 3% per annum. It's much less than that. Fails to reverse the unemployment crisis in the labor market, provides inadequate resources for the necessary expansion in social service delivery, and yields insufficient progress toward an equitable distribution of income and wealth. 1996. So it proposed an expansionary infrastructure program for service delivery and reduction in government expenditure. In other words, more efficient use of government money. Doesn't talk about doing that through savings, breaks my heart as a procurement person, but does talk about more effective use of government resources. The next thing, and I'm going to whiz through these now because I'm already lost 5 minutes, is 1997, if I remember correctly. That's my first 5 minutes, just keeping you honest. You guys, really, this can't count against me. Sorry, is it just me? Okay, there we go. Green paper on public procurement. So I'm just going to focus on the two high-level areas. The first one is good governance, and there is a very specific focus on uniformity and tender procedures. And the second is on socioeconomic objectives, echoing a lot of what we've already seen in the RDP white paper. So wonderful, beautiful green paper, and you will start seeing a golden thread in some of these slides as I eventually click through. Just incidentally, on the bottom right-hand corner of each of these slides, when the slide deck is circulated to you, that little Adobe icon is the embedded document itself. So if you want to go and read it, you don't have to go and Google it. It's all in this presentation for you. So this document, incidentally, is a thing of beauty. Does anybody remember when printers used to print like this? Right? I opened the document yesterday and I was like, oh my word, it's like high school. It's amazing. So look at this paragraph, uniformity in tender procedures. Isn't that interesting? We're talking about this again, 27 years later, and very specific focus just under this beautiful paragraph that I will eventually get to. There are two sides to the slide. One has a... There we go. So to encourage the uniform implementation of procurement policy at all levels, to simplify procedures, to have a system of procurement which is uniform, including parastatals, and to utilize procurement as an instrument of government policy. Back in 1997, we talked about this. This whole idea is not brand new. We mustn't think it's brand new. And very importantly, when the clicker clicks, again, talking about procurement procedures that are simple, cost-effective, inexpensive, quick. Quick. Quick! We skipped ahead. More recently, the supply chain review that was conducted by National Treasury in 2015, I'm sure you're all aware of this. This has been the path that has led us to the Public Procurement Act. And you can very clearly see the high-level objectives that were identified in that review. So there is a clear reform agenda leading us to one piece of legislation. It calls for increased standardization, not, as I emphasized when I was being interviewed at the time, standardization of products, but standardization of methods. So again, while we're here today, the need for e-procurement, hooray, IFMS. Quick. Strengthening capacity among procurement professionals. We have a whole chapter dedicated to that in the Public Procurement Act. Thank you to the drafters of the Act. That's fantastic. And highlighting savings potentials. Hooray. So somebody recognized that we can actually save money by applying procurement effectively. Maybe even negotiation every once in a while. And that was up to 3% of GDP, which is not an insubstantial number. So why, with all that context and all that emphasis on doing things differently, doing things better, doing things in a more effective and efficient way, why are we still talking about needing to be innovative in procurement? Why are we talking about procuring for innovation? There's lots of different angles to considering this question. So firstly, what makes procuring for innovation different? Where does procurement start from? For you, in your normal workplace, where does procurement start from? It starts from identifying a need, right? You need to know what you want. And you go at it gung-ho, right? You can tell I have small children because that's from Wreck-It Ralph, if anybody is a Disney Pixar fan. And in the process of going from demand management to acquisition management, we go through a process of systematically identifying and describing our need. So now I'm really going to regret animating this slide. We go through identifying the need, recognizing the components that go into it, doing needs analysis, which includes historical expenditure analysis, looking at who our stakeholders are, market research. I'm going to stand here and point like this because it seems to be the only way to make this thing work. Statue of Liberty style. Apologies, guys. I'm going to stand here and guard my underarm. So historical expenditure review, identification of clients and stakeholders, assessing the need, high-level specification. We can't get into detailed specs yet because we don't actually know what we're describing yet. Market research, procurement method identification, building a business case, getting that business case signed off. I know all the stuff in my head. I feel like I have to read it up. Just keep nexting. Appointing your bid committees, determining your contract form, coming up with detailed specifications, drafting your special conditions of contract and special conditions of bid. Remember, those are two different things. Drafting terms of reference and performance indicators. What makes this different to procuring for innovation? If you're procuring for innovation, you don't know what you need. So how can you do this? Or you might not know how the thing that you know that you need is going to work. So how can you do this? Procuring for innovation according to our standard methodology is effectively impossible based on our current structure, unless you think a little bit differently. Could we go to the next slide, please? So just to give you a little bit of context about what we're talking about in my experience, I have two very specific contexts within the public sector. One is in my current role in the municipal space, and the other is in operational service delivery in the Department of Health. So these are examples of common municipal needs. I'm sure you all live in houses in a municipality. You probably don't have like a hover plane somewhere, so you know what it means to be a municipal customer. You know what it means to expect service delivery. So all of these things that you can read for yourself on the slide are things that are commonly bought by municipalities. The picture here on the right is an example of a bridge that was commissioned and completed in 2021 in the little town of Ashton, which is in the Cape Winelands district near Montague. And this bridge was built because the bridge that had preceded it was about 80 years old and it was on the brink of collapse. But what the Department of Transport and Works at the time realized was that all these new bridges they were building were not standing up to the force of climate change and flooding. So they built this incredibly advanced bridge off-site and then craned it in place. The bridge is bigger than the town. I went through it a few months ago. It's an astonishing piece of architecture, but it was 100% about building for innovation to meet future needs outside of existing technological capacity. It's the first bridge of its kind might be Africa, but definitely in South Africa. Next slide, please. Right, this one you're just going to have to keep clicking because there's about 100 little animations in this. So I want to talk to you very, very briefly about what sits within a procurement, a healthcare system, all the things that you might need to buy for healthcare. Estelle will know these. So you're going to be buying optometry, eye care, audiology, dentistry, toothbrushes, otophthalmoscopes, cardiology, gastrointestinal stuff, nephrology and kidney services, gynecological obstetric services, stoma therapy, endoscopy, and patient clothing, x-rays, CTs, MRIs. You're going to need to be buying orthopedics, orthotics, and prosthetics, assistive devices, physiotherapy, casting and splinting, instruments, bandages and dressings. No, those are the sutures to stitch you up. Bandages and dressings, syringes and needles is the next one. IV bags, blood bags, respiratory care, pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical drug storage monitoring, comfort packs for people who suffer sexual assault, point of care testing, and this you can just keep clicking. You'll see there is about another 50 icons. So those are all the clinical products that you require in a health environment. These in the outer ring are things like facilities management services, so cleaning, catering, cleaning products, waste management, facility maintenance, facility construction, furniture, decedent transport, cremation of bodies, food, furniture, IT, all kinds of stuff. So again, can you imagine between the municipal space and the health space, the breadth of products and services which are required on a day-to-day basis to render service delivery for you when you go into a town or into a hospital? It's enormous. Now imagine the opportunity for innovation in those two spaces. And imagine the challenges that our current regulatory context poses for that breadth of product. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this one, again, is quite clicky, but we'll do this slowly. So the first challenge that is common to those two potentially quite diverse environments is the complex regulatory environment of which we're all aware. Secondly, the fact that most of our products that we're using for those two environments are imported. Dr. Mukubi, aren't they? Most products are imported. And that's, Catherine, why we are here, because we are trying to, among other things, identify how local content and production could be used as an innovative mechanism to ensure socioeconomic objectives. We also have the challenge of climate change that I just described in terms of the bridges. We talked about corruption already. We're all terrified of our auditors because woe betide us that they say that we did something wrong and we end up with irregular expenditure. We have protest action that inhibits service delivery or sometimes even destroys assets, like Swellendam municipality that was burnt to the ground last year. And as a country, we're all suffering from economic distress, which has resulted in severe constraints of available budgets. On the municipal side, there is a shrinking construction sector, which is making it very difficult to contract competitively for the delivery of infrastructure. There are capacity constraints. We simply cannot recruit and retain technically qualified persons into municipalities, particularly in our rural areas. We are finding it difficult to access economies of scale because municipalities can no longer piggyback. They can only procure one at a time, and very seldom are they able to procure collectively with their districts. Those municipalities have a large portfolio of aging fleet, whatever that fleet might be, whether it's vehicles or assets or whatever, and they have inadequate funding for the replacement of that infrastructure or for building new infrastructure which meets additional needs. On the health side, there are severe consequences for non-performance, whether you're talking about a supplier or whether you're talking about an individual performing their day-to-day job. There are massively unpredictable needs in the health space. And again, let's talk about COVID, monkeypox, Ebola, those are the worst case scenarios. Just a car accident is enough to completely upset the ecosystem within a health facility. The pace of scientific advancement in the health sector is in itself a challenge because it renders us less capable of responding to that advancement and being able to access it. There is an incredibly diverse range of needs, as I've already articulated, and there is another skills shortage. I'm sure you've all heard about the skills shortage of radiologists, radiographers, anybody related to the imaging field, and various other disciplines. And on top of all of that, we have a growing population. So this is the house that Jack built. It's a problem, right? We have a massively complex series of challenges disabling those two quite pivotal and often interrelated sectors of government from providing services. So how do we address those? Through innovation. So this is a really cool example that I want to show you that is homegrown. It is a truly, proudly South African innovation. The world's first full-body, high-speed digital X-ray scanner in the world. If anybody watched Grey's Anatomy, way back when Grey's Anatomy was on, you will remember this. So this X-ray machine can do a full body scan in 13 seconds with 10 times less radiation than a normal X-ray. Go on to the next one, please. It much more quickly diagnoses injuries in trauma situations. I don't know if you can tell, this dude's not looking so lekker. There's something wrong with his leg. The other dude, I don't know if you can see, these teeny little white spots there. Any guesses? Bullets, yeah. So in 13 seconds, your whole body can go through a scanner and the guys in the emergency center can identify where the bullet is and how they can potentially extract it. Unfortunately for the person on the left, that is a dude, I think. Yeah, that was a dude. Unfortunately for him, that was taken in a forensic setting post-mortem, whereas I think the one on the right was taken when he was still more or less okay. So that is a South African innovation that is used extensively throughout this country and is massively exported throughout the world. Other industrial innovations that are available in South Africa in the municipal space right now, this is called a resin 8 brick. It is a brick that is made up of approximately 30% of plastic waste coming from landfill. You can keep clicking, it's okay. Smart water management systems. These are homegrown smart water management systems. And Go George is a bit like My City. Those of you who've been to Cape Town, it is not only a hybrid public transport system, but it's a public transport system that is part owned by the community, by the taxi drivers that are actually driving the buses themselves. Those resin, sorry, if you can just go back one step. The resin 8 bricks, what's really cool about them is that if we were to build 3,000 RDP houses with those particular bricks, we would reduce the amount of landfill waste in the city of Cape Town's landfills by 73%. Now that's huge, right? Because they use plastic waste. And that is based on a case study in the city of Cape Town that has been concluded. In terms of clinical diagnosis, the application of technology is amazing. I saw this on social media last week. It turns out it comes from 2019. AI was used to proactively identify a tumor in a breast, and it's saved 5 years worth of wasted diagnostic time. And that's incredible, right? That's what we want AI to be for, rather than deep fake news stuff. If we can keep clicking through, go to the next slide, please.
Okay, so how are we going to actually use innovation to address some of these challenges that we've identified? Firstly, and I beg of you, please, anybody who's in a space where they can influence anything, we need to continue insisting that our procurement workflows are automated. It's not good enough to just digitize them. They have to be automated. Okay, please, that's the first thing. I'm glad I'm seeing lots of nods that I don't have to explain why. Second thing is we cannot rely on the fiscus for financing in and of itself anymore. It's unsustainable. It's been unsustainable for a hell of a long time. We're now at a point where it's so patently unsustainable. It's really important we do something different. We need to start looking at blended financing, and that is using public and private finance to achieve socioeconomic objectives, particularly on infrastructure. Again, my colleagues in the DTIC will agree that we need to co-create locally manufactured technology. I met with a lady last week who I must introduce to you, who is in the business of manufacturing health devices. She wants to manufacture a low-cost pediatric incubator. All she needs help with is attaining the ISO standard to make sure that her device is medically safe. But that would be brilliant. Then we wouldn't have to import those incredibly important devices. And lastly, and this is probably the most important thing I want to share with you, we need to start inviting proposals for innovation. You can ask suppliers to tell you about their innovations, even if you don't know what they are. You can say, hi, we have a problem with the manufacturing of bridges. Can you please give us suggestions about how you would potentially use innovation to address the construction of bridges in these scenarios? So you don't have to tell them how to do it. You tell them that you want a solution, you want them to come up with an idea, and they can give you some suggestions. Then you can use that information to craft a procurement process. That's probably a very complex example, but there are lots of far simpler examples. And there's nothing within the current regulatory framework that says you can't do that. So we need to start doing it, colleagues, please. We must start asking for the proposals. If you wait for an unsolicited bid, it's too late. So you need to get ahead of the curve, and the only way you're going to do that is by identifying where your problems are. Last slide. Thank you. Okay, so the way ahead. We have to embrace the unknown. We have to go into the unknown. Again, if you have small children, that's from Frozen. So procuring innovation means that you have to admit that you don't know what you don't know. There's absolutely nothing wrong with doing that. That is maybe a little bit counterintuitive to say in a foundation that is based on research and trying to identify things proactively, but sometimes we have to say that we don't know and that we're going to try doing things a little bit differently. We must guard against overcomplicating. Last two. We must communicate and learn from each other. We are so prone to keeping our information to ourselves because we don't want somebody else to take credit for our ideas or whatever. We have to communicate with each other. We have to learn from each other. We have to share from each other. And we must keep iteratively improving because we're never going to get perfect at this. This is an imperfect science, procurement, supply chain management. We can always do better. We can always improve. So we must continue doing that until such time as the last breath has left our lips. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Santi. That's one way of keeping me occupied because I can't multitask. You know, I can't click and watch the timer. So well done. How much over? No, we don't mind. We just loved listening to you. It was just that moment. 15 minutes over, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm just joking. All right. So our last input before we get to the Q&A and then obviously to lunch comes from Professor Sope Williams, who's Professor, Department of Mercantile Law at Stellenbosch University and the Deputy Director of the African Procurement Law Unit, and here to share some information around the opportunity and risk in the procurement of innovation and complexity.
Thank you.
Right. Do you have a slide show?
Yes, I do.
Right, let me see. Is it loaded?
Where do you point it exactly?
And the laptop is at the back somewhere, but I don't think it's line of sight, so it's a problem.
Right. Okay.
Right. Let me just quickly, they are loading up your presentation. Tell a joke so long.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to be back here and to see old friends, old students, new students, current students, prospective students on our program. And of course, my friends and my colleagues Chris Eukins, Tunde Tatrai, Gianluigi, thank you for coming. George Nwango, where's George? A colleague and a former classmate and a friend. And thank you to everyone, and thank you to the NRF for hosting us. Are we ready to go?
You can talk about how beautiful we look together on screen. But
we look very mindful,
Okay.
very demure.
Very
Very
there
cutesy.
now. Oh, very cutesy.
Very cutesy, thank you. Okay.
And I must pretend that I know what you're talking about. Alrighty.
You can tell that I have teenage girls. Okay, so I'm to talk about the opportunities and the risks in procuring for flexible procurement. And I'll just go through a few things. A lot of what I'm going to say, my colleagues have talked about it because the ideas are really the same. All right, so we know that all countries have approaches for procuring flexibility, whether because you want to support SMMEs or because you want to procure innovation. So when you want to do something that is not the standard, then of course your approach, your method can't be standard. I think colleagues have already talked about the fact that procuring innovation is risky, especially in a context like science and tech, like the work that the NRF does. It's complex, and that means that it requires a lot more energy and efforts, as Tunde said. So you need a lot more background research. You need to do a lot more work than you would normally do for a standardized procurement. And you need what we would call early market engagement, because we're looking at a situation where we're trying to find out what the markets can do. So early market engagement helps us to know, what can the markets actually do? What is out there in the private sector that the public sector can take advantage of? And there are a number of strategies for doing this. When Professor Eukins was speaking, he talked about broad agency announcements, and that's an early market engagement strategy. So some of the strategies that the public sector can use to get the ideas from the market, this idea of pre-commercial procurement, is market sounding. And what does that mean? It talks about a process that helps you identify the reaction of the market to your need. So you have a problem, you don't know what the solutions are, and you ask the market, this is my problem, what can we do about that? And you find out whether the market can respond to that problem you have, or whether you are going to die in your problem. Then we have market creation, right? So market creation is a process to generate interest in the private sector in order to compete for future contracts. So you identify your new suppliers, you help to increase competition, you stimulate interest in what the public sector has to offer. There's something called a reverse trade show. And this is basically, when we think about trade shows, we think about us going to the private sector's trade shows, but a reverse trade show is the public sector actually saying to the private sector, come and look at me and my problems, and you tell me how you can help me solve these problems. And I think that's not something that we've done. That's not really an idea that we've engaged with, but it's a really simple way for you to have an idea of what the markets can do, what the private sector can do in assisting you. So an organization like an agency like NRF or DSI can open up and say, look, these are some of the challenges that we're grappling with in the NRF. These are some of the things that we want to do. What can these firms do? We're talking about tech or whatever. What can you do for us? This is our problem. We also have something called requests for expressions of interest, and I think we already do that. And it just allows organs of state to gather information about what the capabilities of the market are. We have advanced procurement plans, and I think those align with the idea of broad agency announcements that Professor Eukins was talking about. And then we also have regular trade shows. So these are just ways that the public sector can get the private sector to engage before we go to tender, before we think about our methods, before we think about how we're going to buy this thing, to actually have an idea of what is going to draft some kind of specifications, what will that look like? So I think these are things that we can do without too much of a risk to actually get the answers that we need as a public sector. Okay, so in terms of tendering approaches or tendering methods, being more flexible, if we're trying to engage SMEs, we know that division into lots is important, and I think Tunde talked about that. But we also know that that can be problematic. And in South Africa, the law prohibits us dividing into laws to escape the requirements for going to a competitive process. But also, when we aggregate our contracts, when we bundle our contracts, then that's a barrier to SME participation because, you know, traditionally they can't deal with big contracts. So we have to be able to ensure that balance. And in the EU and in a lot of East African countries, they do allow dividing into lots for the sole purpose of engaging SMEs. And we know that SMEs are important, not just to economic growth, but because they're more agile, they're more flexible, and they're usually at the cutting edge of a lot of our technologies. So we need to think in the public sector of how we can do that to get them into our procurement system to make sure that we are creating a pipeline of good suppliers. Okay, strategic procurement, I think we've talked about that a bit. We've talked about that a little bit, and this is a way of introducing new aspects into our procurement, and it just means that contracting authorities are not going to be focused on price. Of course, in our current procurement framework, price is an overriding consideration unless you can make exceptions for that. And I think that is problematic, and I'm hoping that when we get the new regulations, it will kind of not displace price, because that's important. We've talked about, you know, shrinking resources and all that, and budgets being cut and all that, but to ensure that we get the best value from our procurement, and price is not always that. And anyway, even though we focus on the lowest price, we actually aren't getting good value for money in terms of lowest price either. So I think it's time for a rethink, because lowest price hasn't given us what we need. It hasn't made our spending any more efficient. So we need to rethink that. But in South Africa, we can be more innovative, and the preferential procurement regulations, and hopefully the new regulations will allow us to do that. I think Tunde talked about dynamic purchasing systems. It's a really big name for something that is really a simple idea. So it's basically a framework contract that doesn't lock out new suppliers. And that's good, because one of the criticisms of framework contracts is that when you have these contracts set for 3 or 5 years, there are no new joiners, you exclude SMMEs, you exclude startups, you exclude new suppliers that can actually, you know, be more innovative, et cetera, et cetera. So the response to that criticism was this idea of dynamic purchasing systems, which are less administratively burdensome for SMEs. Okay. So, coming to innovation, the whole idea, and I think a lot of my colleagues have mentioned this, when we're talking about innovation, we're talking about trying to address a problem where we don't know what the solution is, right? And so because we have a problem and we don't know the solution, we can't tell the market what it is that we want. So I'll give an example. In another country, they had a problem that elderly citizens who were living at home, who were prone to who had early onset dementia, right, were forgetting to take their medications. And when they forget to take their medications, of course, then the dementia is not controlled, and they end up falling down. They end up going to, you know, the emergency room, and of course that puts pressure on the health systems are already strained. And so they were like, they're not living in a residential care facility, they're living at home. How can we get them to take their medication? Like, what can we do? We can't send people to give them the medication, we don't have that capacity. So they asked the market, okay, what do we do? Because these people are not taking their meds, and it's important to take their meds because this is creating extra pressure on all sorts of social services. And they came up with the idea, like, so this is the problem. And the solution was, all right, we would implement a system where at certain times of the day, they get a text message or a phone call to say, okay, it's time for you to take your medication. And, you know, another phone call say, have you taken your medication? So that's a very simple solution, right? And if they hadn't engaged with the market, they might have been thinking, okay, let's send a social worker around to all these houses. Let's use up resources in a way that is not, you know, efficient. So we have problems and we don't know what the right solution can be, and only the market can tell us what that solution can be. And of course, it's very relevant in the R&D context as well. So my colleagues have talked about competitive dialogue, so I won't spend too much on that, but it's basically just another process of it's also used in Canada. It's really used everywhere as a way of dealing with situations where we have a problem, we don't know what the solution is, and we need to talk to contractors. But of course, when we're talking about procurement, one of our big things is, we don't want that, we want to avoid the integrity risk, we want to avoid corruption. So the legislation creates guardrails for engaging in these types of negotiations or discussions to find out what we need. And I think one of the big things that these negotiation-based methods has is that you must treat everyone fairly and mustn't share confidential information between contractor A and contractor B, or potential contractor A and potential contractor B. Okay, so in competitive dialogues, a number of things. We pre-qualify, we have the dialogue stages with our suppliers, and based on the dialogues, we then go and refine our requirements and ask the qualified competitors or bidders to then, send in their RFPs, and then we choose a supplier. And Professor Eukins has already gone through that process, so I won't repeat that. The last thing I'll talk about is the innovation partnerships. Again, I'm talking about it because these are the methods that are kind of standardized internationally for dealing with innovation procurement. And again, it's done by way of a competition. Now, I have to say that in South Africa, of course, this will be by way of a deviation. But of course, once your accounting officer is, has the motivation, then we're fine. I mean, if we look on the website of the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, for all the deviations that have happened, a lot of them by ESCOM have not really been for innovation, right? They've been for other reasons. So it's possible to do that, and doing it for the right reason is actually, better. So what's where the contracting authority or organ of state needs a product that cannot be met by existing goods or services on the market, of course, that means we can't define what our specifications are. So we cannot use a regular procurement method because we cannot tell the market, this is what I want you to bring to me. So we have to have this type of relationship or system where we discuss with the market. We have our early market engagement strategies I talked about earlier to get an idea of what is out there. So we can describe the minimum requirements and say, look, this is our problem, and these are, we want it to fit within this type of parameter. And so there can be different ways of doing the innovation partnerships. You may end up with one contract with one supplier, or a series of contracts if it's R&D. I think one of the things that's important when we're thinking about, have you moved your seat? No. Okay. Right. Anyway, you can't move. She's in your seat, so you. I'll just do that. Okay. One of the things that we have to think about is that with innovation partnerships, it's really important that when the products are developed, that we can purchase those products so that we don't end up in the valley of death, or the suppliers don't end up in the valley of death, as Professor Eukins highlighted. So that's something that organs of state have to think about, is that if we have this R&D contract, what do we do at the second phase? Have we ensured that this is one contract, that the R&D comes, the output from the R&D comes directly to us as part of that contract, and we take up those goods and services. So your innovation partnership contract can be divided into different phases. It could be just the R&D phase, or R&D and the purchasing of the required goods or services. And it's not moving now. Okay, so the steps are very similar. We have to have our early market engagement, pre-qualify the persons that are the suppliers that are, that can do this for us, and then the negotiations or the confidential meetings. And the emphasis there is on keeping confidentiality, because the breach of confidentiality, I think, that's when you get a lot of the integrity risks that other countries are afraid of when these meetings are happening. And then preparing our competition on that basis, if we're left with a number of suppliers, and then going out to tender and picking the supplier that we best feel can give us the solution that we need. So those are basically the ways that it can be done. It's either through the competitive dialogues or the innovation partnerships, in terms of our methods for buying things that we don't know exist, that don't exist, or that we don't know exist. Okay, so what are the risks? Of course, R&D creates a lot of risks. One of the risks is the intellectual property. Who owns the intellectual property? If we have a supplier that creates something for us, does the intellectual property belong to us as the government, or does it belong to the supplier? Are we just going to license that technology, or are we going to own it? So our contracts have to be clear, and these are some of the things that have to be addressed in the negotiation phase. And then performance. What if that supplier ends up and they can't deliver the solution that they anticipated? How do we pay? Do we pay against milestones? Do we pay in the traditional sense against delivery? What do we do? Are we paying for the solution? What if they underperform and the tech is not that great? Or what if the tech is actually much better than we thought that it would be? What do we do? Do we change the pricing structure? So these are conversations that have to be thought about and have to be put into the contract. And then also, how do you exit the contract? So a supplier is developing a solution, they're developing a new AI platform for us, and all of a sudden, Microsoft launches something commercial that is exactly the same thing. And we're paying 100 million for this guy to create this thing. What are we going to do? Are we going to say, you know what, Baba, we're done with you. We're going to buy from Microsoft because they have it, they've tested it, it's out, it's much cheaper. We'll buy the license from Microsoft. What do we do? So these are some of the risks that we have to think about if we're doing these types of contracts. Of course, the corruption risks, and we talk about that all the time because they are there and they're a problem. So the flexibility that we have, the early engagement market engagement strategies and negotiations create these risks of corruption. So how do we mitigate that? And some of the things that we already are supposed to do now become a lot more important in this kind of context. So the transparency, if we're going out doing early market engagements, if we're putting out these advanced information notices, then we have to publicize them in a way that we do, that we're required to under our regulations. It must be publicized in the right medium. It mustn't be done in a way that only a handful of people are going to hear about it. And you must actually engage with the market and not just with who you think is in the market. Because there's a difference between who you might have been aware of, maybe from the media or from earlier interactions, that you think, okay, these are the market players, but there could be a whole community that you don't know about. So you must find a way of actually getting to know what the markets, who are in the market. So that's an important. Of course, record keeping, when you do meetings, when you do negotiations, you have to keep these records. I've mentioned already that we have to ensure that there isn't any discrimination in negotiation, so that we're not talking to one supplier and telling him, this is how we want you to do it, and another supplier doesn't get the information that he needs to give you the right solution. So all, cards should be on the table and with as much integrity as possible. Of course, our audits are finding out things. Hopefully we won't need another 1 billion rand commission of inquiry in a while, but our Auditor General is going to find out things that you're doing that are not right. So we should make sure that we're doing the right thing. Monitoring by maybe the new Procurement Office or National Treasury and provincial treasuries doing their job, checking procurement records and all that. And how do we report on the system? Do we report differently from what we are required to do now in terms of our annual procurement reports? It's important that when we do things that are more flexible, with the reporting is done. Another way that South African system, should I say, uses to find out information is through challenges. So if we haven't lined up our steps properly, if we haven't done things the right way, then there will be challenges from bidders who feel unfairly treated. And we have now coming online a procurement tribunal under the new regulations. Maybe that's going to have some kind of an impact on our procurement challenge system. The other thing that we can do is data, and Professor Tunde has talked a lot about our data. Here has mentioned our data. There's a lot more to be desired in the way that we manage our data right now. We don't really have the depth and the breadth of data that we need. We don't have the data that we need that is quality data to make informed decision. So we need more to do better in terms of publishing our data on the indicators that we publish, and on people being held responsible when they don't publish the right data. So we do need to create more data fields that organs of state have to report on. Another way that some countries deal with this issue, especially in contracts that require a lot of negotiation or innovation partnerships, is what they call third-party assurance or peer review, as Professor Yukin said. So have someone else in the meetings. It could be from a different organization. It could be from your own compliance team, but someone else who sits there and says, okay, actually, you're saying something that seems like you might be breaching confidential information that will have, some kind of oversight to ensure that things are done the right way, that mistakes are not made. So that's something that I think that we can do. A lot of countries already do this type of third-party assurance in their regular procurement as well. So they would either invite people from civil society or from organizations like Corruption Watch to sit in on meetings that are above a certain threshold. So those people will be part of the evaluation committee, might be part of the bid adjudication committees, and will sit in those meetings and make sure that everything looks proper in the meeting and that the meeting records reflect what happened in the meeting. So that's something that I don't think we do, and something that we can actually take on board, because it's sort of a low cost way of ensuring that we're not making mistakes as we're trying to do things that are more innovative. I'm almost done. I think this is the last slide. And then of course, one thing that we don't do at all is that I think in a lot of organs of state, we don't use past experience to inform future decisions. So we might have made mistakes before, or been taken to court and had an adverse audit, and we don't take that learning and say, okay, now that this has happened, we're not going to do that tomorrow. So aggregating that procurement decision, aggregating that information, keeping that institutional procurement memory, we don't do that in a way that can be used for people who come into the system later on and say, look, we don't do this anymore, even though it might look like it makes sense, because when we did, this is what happened. And of course, providing our suppliers with reasons for our decisions is important for ensuring monitoring or oversight and ensuring that they can challenge if there's a reason. And the last slide, where's the last slide? Okay, so last slide. So integrity in innovation obviously relies on integrity in our procurement teams and in our leadership. There are no workarounds the levels of public sector integrity. We can't work around them. And our public sector, by and large, has a lot of good people. And in some places, they're in the majority, in some places, they're in the minority. But we need to focus on that. And procurement of innovative or flexible procurement, innovative procurement, or getting innovative solutions is riskier. We can't lie about that, but could create long-term value, could enable us to do things better for our citizens and spend our resources probably better than we do now. So it is something to think about, but mitigating the risks, making sure that we understand what we're doing and that we do it in a way that is, above board is, I think, really important. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that input. So we started off talking about procurement, and now we're talking all about innovation. You were reminded that innovation, it's about purchasing or buying, it's about driving innovation, but it's also about how do we embed it into our practice. I picked up that in theory and practice is the same thing. But in practice, it's not necessarily the case. Let's be mindful of talking, because there is something known as the valley of death. And there seems to be nothing common about common sense. Einstein said if we keep on doing what we have been doing, we'll keep on getting what we have been getting. Researchers might call it engaged research. Maybe we should think about a reversed trade show. Right, so here we have it. Opportunity for you to ask your questions. We're going to our online participants again first. On the table, I think if you just hold the top button down, then it should go green, and that allows you to just use that little microphone. So can we get a sense of whether there's some questions in the chat?
Not related to this.
Not related to this topic. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12. I see your hand. It's almost like in church. Yes, I see you. I see you. I acknowledge you. So shall we go with the room? There's nothing on the chat first. All right. So I will go to the lady. All right, and then Ron to you, 2, and there's 3, and there was a 4 there. Right. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. And I'm Advocate Nsaluba originally from the Defense Force, and now from UNISA. It's so nice to hear innovation, but however, I'm going to talk about practical issues. The reality that you would find if we had, the innovation, commercialization and innovation units from universities, that you would find a number of products that would support the development, but commercialization is what does not happen. I'll give you an example. At the International Innovation Day, because I'm in the field of IP, a young, brilliant child was supported by the 150-year-old university to develop a product that allows you to access the platform when there's no electricity. Everything was done. Guess what? When he moves to University X and Y and Z, we're hoping that the procurement process will allow you. Right? Now, the question then that I pose all the time is when we have this discourse, which I also posed at WIPO last month, how are we ensuring that innovators, because there's unequal levels here when we're negotiating, the innovators are protected? Because in the whole scheme of things, you're saying the IP, but the truth of the matter is that the IP is not protected. It's not. And how do we ensure then that the opportunity cost of the loss of the IP during those growths, the small innovator? The second one is the second scenario is a scenario of a KZN product. This product for deep rural is beautiful. It checks the leaks. Can you imagine if that product is used in Tsomo, that the leaks now in the municipality will be detected virtually? But believe you me, it's not moving. We're talking innovation here. What is it that we are not doing right? Lastly, as a person who is in AI, we're talking confidentiality. Are we aware that the spider web feature of Gen AI has removed that word called, because the capability you're using is not yours, the security features are not yours, and you think you are going to talk confidentiality in research integrity? I hope we know that we are joking. Thank you.
All right, can we take another question? Can we get another one? Ron, please.
Short and sweet. We've been encouraged to engage, and I have an alternative view to one view expressed. The view expressed was that when you are doing an innovation partnership in the South African context, you need to apply for a deviation. I beg to differ. I think if you advertised, that your subsequent process is quite defensible in terms of current law. And I say this with abundant caution because it was expressed by a professor of law. Thank you.
All right. I think I'm going to go number 3.
I have a lot of questions, but my name is Tsapo. But let me precede my question with a statement that says there's a gentleman in the room whose child is 12 years old and is able to buy stuff from Shein or Temu and gets delivered in South Africa. And then we propose a tariff on the acquisition in terms of the trade. So the question is, not the question, but the issue is, are we fast enough in terms of South African public procurement? But my question is that if you look at the COVID period, National Treasury came up with the COVID measures for that period, and they looked at the procurement methods that were there, and some of them obviously opened opportunities for corruption. But I think for me, in relation to the past, to the previous presentations, in relation to the procurement methods, to what an extent are we leveraging on some of the, I would say, arrangements that we have? For instance, I'm thinking of BRICS, I'm thinking of China. We seem to be, that's my view, we seem to be hung up on the World Bank, IMF type of handbook. and the Chinese are progressing, and the Arabians are progressing. They're building their own islands, and all of these things. Who are they procuring from? I mean, the Chinese, as we speak. So I think our public procurement is a little bit 100 years old or archaic from where I'm sitting, and perhaps can that be addressed? Yeah, let me leave it at that.
All right, so let me throw that to our panelists. I think the first question was linked to protection of the innovator, IP, and also some comments linked to AI and confidentiality. Then there was, let's say, an alternate view on the need or the use of deviation. And then the last one linked to the tempo. How do we ensure that we're fast enough to respond to the public demand? I don't know who wants to go first.
Shall I repeat it?
Okay, Santi says she'll answer that. Okay.
All right.
If I could just, on the question regarding,
All right, so I'm just going to go to the floor, 1, 2, and then we'll close the session.
Hi. So my question is a little bit scattered, but I'm effectively trying to find out whether the current government, be it at municipal level or at provincial level, in the infrastructure sector, uses the flexible procurement approaches in non-innovative kind of projects. So in the bread and butter public procuring, are we using early markets engagement? And the reason why I asked this question is on the point that was said by the first speaker that public sector is slightly inferior in being able to determine the solution or the product or the service that they want. And I'm going to use the example that was raised by the last speaker in relation to ESCOM. So the concept of early contractor involvement or flexible procurement arrangements could have helped ESCOM avoid the current disaster of Kusile and Medupi, because it would have, involving early contractors at an earlier level would have helped them realize that there was an issue in the design which was only picked up more than 10 years into the build aspect.
So just one last question here, and then
Thank you. If I was a cynical regulator sitting here, I would say there's no problem. So we've heard from Professor Williams and Yerkens, there are a whole bunch of innovation methods that can be used, BAA, CSO, innovation partnerships, etc. But Santi, what you presented is a problem for me, because you're presenting innovation despite that. Bridge, resin bricks, full body scanners have happened without those methods. So the cynical regulators would sit here saying, well, we don't need them. You've managed to do them without those methods. What's the problem?
Yeah, you're on the floor, Santi. That's your punishment for the 5 minutes earlier. All right, so let's close it there. Thank you again to our speakers. We're talking about innovation. We're talking about finding new ways of doing old things. And obviously, innovation is about making our lives easier. And I think it's Mandela who said, with great freedom comes immense responsibility. So as you go out and enjoy your lunch, which was procured quickly, fastly, we didn't deviate because none of you here are vegans, so it was easy. Just joking. So let's go and enjoy our lunch. For everybody here, just remember all the presentations, all the PowerPoints will be shared with you. At the end of the conference, you will get a little email notification, and then you are able to access all the presentations. Again, a word of thanks to Santi, to Sope, and to Christopher for your insight, your expertise, and just sharing your wealth with us here. So enjoy your lunch, and if it's okay with you, can we make this a 40-minute lunch? So that we're back at 1:30, at 1:30. So I'm trying to get us to leave at the same time, because that will make us all happy. So let's go in and enjoy our lunch. We are back at 1:30. That would mean we're just 5 minutes behind schedule. So great for that. Enjoy, continue the conversation, and thanks for being here. Thanks again to all our panelists.
Recording stopped.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a bit of a leg stretch, had something to eat, to re-energize and make sure that we're now in the right headspace. Of course, this is the graveyard shift. And of course, as the stomach is full, all the blood rushes to the stomach and there's nothing left to keep you awake. So if you fall asleep, please just don't snore, because you might wake up the other people who are also trying to sleep. All right, so we're continuing with our conference, conversation around public procurement, looking at methods and specifications, the state of play and future developments. So after lunch, we have 2 inputs that will take us into another short break, and then we have another 3 before we get to the end of day number 1. Right, so we continue with our presentations, and it's my privilege to just quickly introduce to you our first speaker, Gianluigi Albano, who's the adjunct professor of economics at the University of Luis Carli in Italy, and a research fellow at the Utrecht University Center for Public Procurement in the Netherlands. And Professor Jean is talking to us about the intersection of procurement methods and technology.
So, thank you.
Forward.
That's a forward.
Yep.
Yeah. Someone should, I guess, should put it.
Yeah, he's sitting in the middle now. Sitting in
the okay.
4th row in the middle. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. So, let me thank again the National Research Foundation and all organizers, Sean and Geo, and all the friends and colleagues I've the chance of meeting here so far away from home, but actually I feel home here. I was here in South Africa the first time in my life 20 years ago, and it was kind of thrilling to have an opportunity to join such a high-level event, so I'm really grateful. There is a disclaimer. I mean, I work for the Italian government, but officially I'm on vacation this week. And I normally, when I go on vacation, I join conferences. I don't have a standard vacation like going skiing or I join conferences. And no, the reason why I'm saying that because I'm going to borrow from my everyday experience, but at the same time, I'm going to use a little bit my sort of quasi-academic life to share with you a few thoughts about the logic and the practice of a particular procurement technique. This is the way it's defined in the European directive, and this is why actually I struggled with Guillaume's definition of methods, because framework agreement is a procurement technique, which is not a procedure, it's technique. So I have to go into the preambles of the European regulatory architecture to get a sense of what's the meaning of those words. And the reason why I got involved is, first of all, because of my job, but secondly, because framework agreements, and the title, by the way, is by far simpler than the official one. The official one was too intimidating, so I decided to move to sort of a down-the-earth title. And I like this title because there is a lot of unexplored potential of this procurement technique, which willy-nilly is used by most procurement entities for a very simple reason. Public procurement, I mean, private procurement. So I'm going to drop the objective, because procurement is an activity that is carried out over time. It's repetitive, right? So repetition means a lot. I mean, so when you buy similar, albeit not identical items, services, goods, these affect a way of thinking about how you approach the market. So the Brits, who are well known for being extremely pragmatical, I mean, addressed this problem almost 300 years ago. The Royal Navy put in place the first framework agreement, I think 300 years ago. And why? For a very simple reason. If you are, especially under emergency circumstances, you have to repair warship, right? you cannot run a proper procedure, get offers, blah, 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 although you are very simplified. 300 years ago, things used to be a little simpler in terms of procurement. So what they came up with was a very simple idea how to speed up the process. They said, why don't we set up a list of potential suppliers, initially, and then we interact with each single one of them depending on when, whether, and where a need arises. So this story is really about efficiency of the machine. It has nothing to do with high-level principles. It's down to earth, principle. I want to get things done quickly and decently, to say the least, right? So this is why, coming from a country which is absolutely far away from a pragmatical approach, which is Italy, it comes from a completely different culture. This is very fascinating because it forces you to go down to the business. What's the business? The business that I normally buy computers every 8 months, every year, right? Why should I run a tender from scratch every year? Why don't we set up something that? So this is what framework agreements are about. So I'm going to raise first a point about the importance of some. I'm an economist, by the way, so this is not meant to be apologetic, but I need to make things precise. So I'm going to use a lot about strategic interaction, transaction costs, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to give you a different perspective to this, at least to this project, to this object. So apart from the roadmap, let me. There is something that Gio, raised yesterday. It was about, the problem stemming from using different languages or idioms. In public procurement, there is this virus of basically putting different labels to the same object and using the same names for different objects, okay? So when I wrote actually a book that I wrote almost 9 years ago with my friend Carol and Nicholas, we basically were motivated by the fact that a lot of procurement experts would spend afternoons talking to each other and using different labels, whereas they were basically talking about exactly the same podium, to use. I'm going to borrow the same example. So if you go around the world, you can see a lot of those labels, framework agreements, ID, IQ contract, mass contract, panel contract, price registration system, PV backend kind of system, whatever, you name it, right? And so, but they basically talking about the same thing. The thing is that if we're going to buy something, similar things over time, we would like to set some of the terms at a very initial stage, set them, and then leave the rest for a second stage. It's very simple, extremely intuitive, and I once tasted this theory with my daughters when they were younger than they are right now, if they considered that sensible, and they agreed. I mean, they were 7 and 9 at that time. And they agreed. So when you talk to kids, they work through intuition. If something is intuitive, that's good, okay? This is why I teach game theory at Lewis University, okay? I'm sort of another Dr. Jekyll, part of my life. And when I teach game theory, it's important to talk to kids because something that is captured and caught by kids by intuition means it's very robust. It's something deeper in our brains than just the neofrontal cortex, which normally is trained when we go to school, right? Something which is in our Homo sapiens, right, heritage. So this is why intuition, this is very intuitive. First stage, some of the terms. Second stage, all other terms, depending on the exact needs you have. Simple. So we managed to write almost 400 pages on very simple things. But, okay, this is a different story. The story is that the devil is always in the details, right? When I pronounce this, first stage and second stage, but there are so many sub-dimensions you have come up and decide. I'm not going to go through this, but I'm going to give you the basic idea that there's many economic dimensions involved in this line of reasoning. How much time it takes, so how costly it is to define what is before and after, so transaction cost, to making everything quick, the story of quickness, economies of scale, mentioned even by our colleagues at Western Cape government, she meant the problem of not exploiting economies of scale, even when you run tenders for innovative solutions. And then guess what? Because you want to make everything quick and not dirty, but clean, electronic solution may help a lot. And in fact, with our experience, and let me borrow from my everyday work, our experience tells us that actually if you put them together, they are complementary goods. I mean, framework agreements, they live a very happy life with electronic solutions. Why? For very simple reasons, and I'm going to sketch. This is something that might look like, this is actually a translation to English of a presentation of our e-marketplace, which is sort of Amazon-like e-marketplace managed by my company on behalf of Ministry of Economy and Finance, and that provides solution ready to be used to public entities. This is an electronic catalog, but this is in fact a framework agreement, because we had to decide at the very first stage that you wanted to buy something that you could define furniture items. You had to define, quality specifications, and even some economic dimensions, but you may end up with very precise goods. But sometimes you don't do that. Sometimes you end up doing this, and in other cases, and then I'll tell you why I love Lego before the fact that it's a successful business model. Why in other cases you start from a broader family of goods that you might define IT goods, and then you can narrow this down to PCs and narrow even further to select a very specific object that you would see on an e-catalog. So the point that I want to make is that having a two-stage process allows you basically to define the scope of work. So how precise your definition of what you want to buy at the second stage. So you may want to have to accommodate for very heterogeneous needs, and so you may want to define a framework agreement for IT goods. The subject matter would be IT goods, and then leave the further specification, so centering or spotting exactly the specific product at the second stage. But in other case, you want to specify from the very beginning that you want to really buy a laptop, ultra light laptop with 15-inch screen, you name it. And this all depends upon your purpose, okay? If the purpose is to provide public entities with catalogs that could be used freely, sometimes even non-competitively, you may want to go for the first solution. In other case, when you want to aggregate demand stemming from different sources, from different public authorities, so you want to enter the word, which is a very thorny and very potentially dangerous word of demand. In the US, they use this strategic procurement for demand aggregation. I mean, in Europe, we call it with another even more intimidating word, which is centralization, which I hate personally, because there is no single country that has achieved this level of centralized demand for goods and services. What I call is the degree of demand aggregation that you would consider the most suitable for the government. So there is demand aggregation if you bundle demands for PCs coming from different ministries, but even within the single public entity, you may think of local demand aggregation, but it would be different offices, expressing their needs. And so you still have the problem of demand aggregation, even at a very low level of a single public entity. So the problem of demand aggregation and how to make it, extremely standardized rather than providing a heterogeneous solution is a problem which is, everywhere, at any level of government. So one thing that I would like to make it clear is that when you use this procurement technique, it's not because we want to aggregate the whole demand of the whole public sector in South Africa, okay, at the 3 different government levels. This is not that. The problem is it's an intuitive question. If we have 2 offices, we have the smallest public authority in South Africa, and there are 2 offices in that building, and there are 4 civil servants, in each office, would you bundle their needs for PCs or not? This is the simplest possible demand aggregation problem you have to solve. And you have to address this problem, right? So 20 years ago in Italy, every single civil servant used to say, I don't have it, I have my iPhone 15 there. I want to have my own mobile phone. Why? Because I want to choose it. And the answer was, no, you cannot have it, because your mobile phone is a mobile phone for performing your duties. So your duties is not to play a game or to, watch videos. We're going to give you a range of solutions. We're not going to allow you to pick whatever iPhone or whatever cell phone you might find it, your best interest. So the problem of defining, common needs, common user needs, there is always, you can kind of define cases of extreme heterogeneity. So if you want to, you can allow for an extreme form of differentiation, as people did, the Chilean government did 20 years ago when they set up a platform and allowed each single public entity to run its own tender on the same platform, one platform in the whole country. Please register this, put this here. One platform, one sunk cost investment, made one technological investment by the government, and they allowed everybody to basically buy whatever they consider most suitable for their purposes. And guess what? After 10 years, they realized that many public entities ended up buying similar things without being constrained. They ended up buying exactly the same podium. And so after 10 years, they decided to set framework agreements for at least a subset for central government, right? So the issue, whether or not it's the top-down rather than bottom-up approach, the issue of using a solution for demand aggregation is going to become urgent, because it's urgent everywhere in the world, everywhere. We have to address this problem. We're not going to have exactly the same solutions, and this is why I think framework agreements are extremely interesting, because they provide you with a wide range of potential forms or shapes. So you can go with the same technique from an e-commerce type kind of platform in which you define from the very beginning the scope of work, and the scope of work is very precise. It's ultralight PC with 15-inch screen, and that's it's very precise. And in other case, which are the most extreme case of centralized procurement, then it took place in Italy 20 years ago, but then we sort of abandoned that many years ago. But 25 years ago, the Italian government had the ambition of squeezing all the needs in the same contract. You can do that. You just define from the very beginning what you need. You just run a single round of tender, and at the second round is going to be a purchasing order. You're done. And guess what? We realized that procurement entities weren't unhappy about this. So we moved and we explored many of those intermediate solutions there are between those two extremes of the galaxy. Actually, yesterday we had a very nice glance of the Milky Way, thanks to your skies, by the way, because you don't have pollution. So this, if you want to look at our galaxy, you have to come here. You don't have to stay in Europe. So I'm going to skip this. For those, the slides are going to make available. This is a way of showing that the way we look at those potential solutions in Europe are driven by, I would say, this picture, which is a non-standard, box. Normally you have 4 solutions. We have 5 because it's a hybrid model, which is very interesting for centralized procurement organizations. The only thing I want to ask your attention to this picture. This picture is very ambitious because it contains a lot of things. First of all, it says that there is a logical way, which is based on transaction costs, analysis of market, and the nature of demand. What kind of family might suit your purpose depending on those variables, first. Second, it tells you that there is a lot that e-procurement could do to make your life easier. For instance, if you are in a second round of a framework agreement, which you have further specified, you really need to, within your scope of work, which is IT goods, you really need a PC, and then all the economic and technical dimension can be really very precisely defined. Then you can run an in-auction to make the second round of competition very fast, potentially effective. So I'm going to skip, how to design an in-auction, but this is, you're going to need an e-platform, an electronic platform in any case. And then there is a kind of fancier label that I put up in the sort of northwest part of this picture, which is what we call something that we're experiencing in Italy. We call what we call the matching algorithm. Basically, it's a very simple algorithm that basically says whenever you set the conditions for your scope of work at the very beginning, and then at the second round of competition, there is no formal competition because everything has been decided, you can still have different solutions matching different needs by using a predetermined set of criteria. And you can do that very quickly by using electronic tools. So even if you don't want to worry about having 2 rounds of competition, there is a way of accommodating for demand heterogeneity, which sounds a kind of very fancy label for just stating the obvious, that public buyers tend to have different preferences. So if you want to elicit different solutions, there is a way of running one round of competition and just match afterwards demand and supply based on different ways and criteria. It's very simple and fun. Okay? So this is can I go back? I cannot go back. I still have 1 minute, right? I'm getting nervous. No, I want to mention this fact for a very simple reason. There is a universal concern about using this procurement technique in terms of closure, and an actor, Sope, mentioned this. And again, let me sort of finish this, my little contribution to this conference by saying the obvious. There is no procurement technique which is bad or good per se. There is nothing in the genetic code. It's not like I'm short because I'm short, right? My parents were even shorter than me. There's nothing I can do. Genes dictate most of what happens afterwards, especially in physical conditions, right? And this does not apply to public procurement. This does not apply. There is nothing. So we are offered a set of solutions. So the difference is in the implementation. So this is why, together with a lot of necessary legal knowledge, technical knowledge, my colleagues working, engineers, architects, all the guys working different healthcare experts, they sit together with me. And so I contribute in adding this additional economic dimension. But the problem is in how you get things done. And you have to merge together so many different dimensions. And as always in procurement, the devil is in details. So in the details, that is there. So details make the difference. And so there is no other way than sort of getting the things done than testing, learning, making mistakes, and talking with your colleagues and sort of retrospectively say, how come that we made that mistake? So it's not necessarily a very sophisticated process in terms of interpreting data, but in terms of reinterpreting the conditions that made you decide a particular thing and analyze based on the outcome whether or not that particular decision was the most appropriate. So it's about doing things repeatedly and starting from almost from scratch every day. So I think this is my major message, which is logical thinking coming from different disciplines is very important, fundamental, but at the same time, we cannot go around the thorny moment or dangerous moment which we have to test, those theories, and we have to get the podium. Okay? Thank you. How was it?
No, good.
Fine?
Thanks, Jean. Right, so next
And
up.
this and that. Supposed to sit?
Yeah, you can, if you want to sit there, or just, you can.
No, there are others joining.
Oh, right. There'll be one more joining you shortly. All right, so our next input is on technologies in national institutions, and we've got Ms. Inba Thambiran. Come, Gillian. Thambiran, she said. Take thumb and the country, put it together, Thambiran. She's independent consultant and the previous chief SCM at Sanral. I always thought that in education they use lots of acronyms, but you guys are levels above them, right? But okay, let's hear what's happening in national institutions and how technology is used in the context of supply chain. Sorry, procurement. It's forward, back.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Sure. I feel like this is going to be a tortoise and hare story, listening to Prof. Luigi and what's happening in Italy. Sure. Yeah, mine is the tortoise part. Okay, so I was asked to speak to you about technologies in procurement. And a good place to start is always, what does the law say? And the Public Procurement Act has now made it mandatory for us to consider technology in procurement. In some very strong words coming out of Section 28, it says the Public Procurement Office must develop an information and communication system. There's got to be a due diligence that will have to be applied, and the system must, subject to the due diligence, provide for the following components. A single platform. Now keep these critical words in a file in your head. It says a single platform. It talks about standardized and interoperable open data across the procurement cycle. And then number 3, which is why we're here today, requirements and procedures for procurement methods. So let's see. Where are we? So if any of you didn't know, we're in the fourth industrial revolution, and it started in 2011 already, so what's that, 13, 14 years down the line? And if any of you don't know any of the subject matters I put up there, just ask your kids, and they'll tell you, because I'm certainly not going to explain each one of them. Maybe blockchain, artificial intelligence, we've heard this morning about. But yeah, procurement, you heard Prof. Sope say, we've got to do better, we've got to get faster. And I've given you a definition of what e-procurement on the SIPS website says. It says the combined use of an electronic information system with communications technology in order to enhance the interaction between the customer and the supplier, and that's basically what we want, in everyday use. So let's look at what is happening in government. I mean, I just listed a few systems there for you. I'm not sure if it's exhaustive, but none of them talk to procurement besides the CSD, and that has limited functionality. Now let's look at what's happening in government in terms of procurement. At municipalities, I don't know, and I'm not here to sing the praises of any single software, but everybody's using their own thing, everybody's shooting off in different directions. There's a wide range of software that has been implemented. National and provincial departments, the same. I mean, I'm not sure if there's anybody here from National Department of Public Works as an example. They have customized systems developed in the 80s, which is still being used today, the works control system. SOEs, they've got money, they've got time, they've got resources, so they're just buying off the shelf and they're implementing. So yeah, as far as I am aware, there is no transversal system for procurement, and I guess that's why Section 28 is so important for us now. What is Treasury actually saying to us? So, sorry. How do I go back? It's going too far back now. Okay. Procurement methods, and I just took some of them off SANS 10845. And they're not exhaustive, but the ones I think most of you would, probably identify with, and I just listed it up there. But I want you to keep these at the back of your mind in that file that I asked you to open, because I want to take you through this case study at a national institution that I was involved in. And yeah, it's a success story, but it's a very limited success story, and I think this is the debate we need to have. So this is what happened. There was an ICT strategy, I think it was somewhere in the 2017-18 financial year, that says all business units needs to move over onto a digitized platform. And this is what you want. You want leadership from that level saying, we need to move our manual processes and procedures onto a digitized platform. So a tender was awarded to a service provider somewhere in 2019. And this service provider, the sole responsibility was the customization of the business model of the institution and to implement the digitized software. And this was a 5-year plan. And then came the hard work. Business owners, business unit heads had to take responsibility for the implementation of this. And the key here that I think is very critical is your standard operating procedures. Those are fundamental to getting a digitized system in place. If you cannot prescribe it manually, your system is never going to know how the processes work. So your standard operating procedures were key. You had to create a super user group, so you need to take your people along. And this super user group had to be, because this institution was geographically spread, so you needed people from every division, every department, and every region to be represented in your super user group. On dedicated time, I need to tell you, for 5 days in the week, from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock every day, this super user group dedicated itself to the customization of the standard operating procedure into the digitized system. This is the effort that it took. So any meetings that you needed to have with any of those senior managers that comprise of that super user group could only take place after 1 o'clock. I think we even canceled maternity leave, for some of the people that were involved in that group. Kidding. So we defined our targets, we set our testing procedures, we put a training program in place, turnaround time for problems. You could not sit on a problem for more than 24 hours. It needed to be escalated and it had to be sorted out. Weekly tracking meetings, sign-off hierarchy. A process owner must sign off that everything's working before a manager could put their signature to it, and then your go-live dates. Go-live dates were critical because manual systems had to shut down immediately. So I'm just giving you an indication of the tracks that we used. And we basically went for 2 procurement methods. Why? Because that's all we knew. RFQs, RFTs, and you can lump in RFIs, RFPs, whatever, into RFTs. But if you're putting out a tender, then it went into the strategic sourcing category. And then the contract management category was really to talk to whether you put out a RFQ or a RFT, you ended up with a contract, and the contract had to have basic requirements in place. So the system needed to do all of that digitally. Very key for RFQs was the integration with suppliers. And I think that's where the rubber really hits the ground, because if you don't have your suppliers digitized and take them along with you on this journey, then your whole system will not work. For RFTs, it's the end-to-end processes, actually developing your tender document onto this digitized platform, managing your advertisement, your closing of bids, your evaluation of bids, your adjudication, and the award. I mean, it was all mapped out in our SOPs because we were doing it manually, and all we wanted to do was put it onto this electronic platform. Your contract documents, I think the key there is the fact that there was a huge focus on auditing at any point in time. The information had to be available, and also capping of projects. If your works order said that your project was awarded for R1 million, why were contracts then being paid for R1 million and over? So this process would actually curb that kind of thing from happening. And of course, very key is the reduction of fraud and corruption in the way contracts were being managed. So, just looking at that list, reporting, I think many of you would identify with that. Just at the press of a button to pull out a board report or an EXCO report. I mean, how fantastic would that be? So the system needed to do all of that for us. This was the communication strategy that we had in place, and it worked like a bomb. And it was a song that we sang every day, whether it was to an internal stakeholder or an external stakeholder. And it was moving from the red to the green. It was singing the praises of a digitized system at any platform that any of the business unit managers, sat on. Or had an opportunity to speak on. And this was something that we drove every day, even with the teams internally, just trying to get the message across that if we have a digitized system that worked on a go-live date, then everything in the green, would materialize. So I'm no more with the institution, and I had to think back a lot to the dates, and some of it might be a bit skewed, so forgive me for that. But the system works. We put it in place. Go-live dates happened. We met the timeframes. Some of it, I think, is still, happening this year. But I think the strong message that I want to get across to you is that a lot of effort, a lot of time, it takes everybody to push in the same direction to get this done. So I did make the point about SOPs, and I said that is your starting point. Make sure everything that you have is documented. Technology will make it difficult for fraudsters to operate. That's a given, because on a digitized system, the red flags will pop up. There is a requirement for accountability of action. If you are signing off on something digitally, you must take accountability for that transaction. So, but I did hear from Prof. Tandau that some of these corruption, they don't happen on the system. They happen in bars and in boardrooms. So, the system's not going to pick it up. But the flags will be there. We did have challenges with regional disparities. You have suppliers in some of the outlying areas of the country that don't have access to the digital technology to register on your supplier database. So a lot of hand-holding needs to happen. Supplier help desks were created. But I think the major thing that we learned from this whole process is it is possible to move from painful to painless procurement. And I think a lot of what I'm saying might resonate with a lot of you that's, in this space. A lot of the SOEs are operating digitized systems, and you would have gone through this painful process. You would be listening to me and moving around in your chairs because you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is not something that is done overnight. It takes time. You need to have a roadmap. You need to, deal with the challenges, but it is possible. So The reason why I asked you to create those folders in your mind is you've heard about artificial intelligence today, and it is possible. And we've heard this buzzword about faster procurement, and it is possible. And everything is going to depend on how we implement Section 28. Because looking at artificial intelligence, it's going to need previous data. It's going to need historical data. And this is where I think the Treasury is on the right mark. But we need to have the conversation. We need to ask these questions. And this is probably the most important slide that I have, because it's about putting your thinking caps on and asking, okay, so all of these institutions that I mentioned have these diverse range of technologies. So how will Section 28 work? Will the Treasury look at a central repository, drawing data from each of these systems, or are they going to move ahead with the single technology platform? And then, are we actually going to be alive to see it if that's the way they're going to go? Look, for me, Section 28 makes absolute sense, but is it practical? And I think these are the difficult discussions we need to have. The requirements for AI, I said to you, it needs historical data, but let's not discard all of the hard work, the cost of buying these off-the-shelf technologies, and I've just taken you through what it takes to put those technologies, into an institution. There's so much skills that have been developed in that whole process. There's so much successes that have been had. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's look at how these systems can maybe merge and talk to what the Treasury wants us to do. So the very good news that we have is that we're on the digital highway, but for the South African colleagues, we need to get into the shisha lane. We can't carry on, walking through the normal tolls. And I was listening very intently to Professor Mashabela this morning, and he said, share generously. He said, we have a responsibility today that the discussions for a system must be just and it must be inclusive. The CEO of the NRF said, we have a serious responsibility sitting here, because whatever we agree to, it will impact millions of people. And we're not just talking about the external stakeholders, the internal, the psyche of our public servants that have worked on these systems. They're working on it daily and they're seeing the fruits of it. And we should really reward that because they know the data that they work with, how meaningful it could be. Prof. Keo said, without this systemic data, we cannot generate procurement intelligence. So there is pockets of all of these good things that are happening in the country, and maybe now it's time for us to sit back and have these very critical discussions with the Treasury and come up with something that's really workable for you, for me, for the country. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Ibna, you referred to yourself as the tortoise, but you came in with 2 minutes left. So, yeah. Of course, after the questions, we're just going to let you sit here for the remaining 2 minutes, just to make sure that we get it all out. All right, so again, we had some input on technology within the context of procurement. I heard things about the interplay between cost, time, and quality. If you don't manage it, quality might go. The fact that we can use technology to facilitate logic. Of course, if we simplify things, maybe a two-stage process where we put some of the detail in the first level and the rest of the detail in the next. At school, they might call it a uniform. In government, we call it framework agreements. So it's just simplifying our lives. But we have to start with the end in mind. And then, of course, the big challenge is we are not human doings. We are human beings. So we can't divorce logic from emotion because you still need to take people on this journey. Right, so let's see whether there are some questions and comments online. I already see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands that I'm acknowledging. So I will start with those in the room, and then we can just get a sense of whether there are questions also coming from the floor. So, Gio, let me start with you, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks both for really, really interesting presentations. Gianluigi, I want to ask you some questions. So, firstly, I just want to confirm with you my understanding of what you presented and some of the implications of that. And, oh, that scares me, that big picture of me in the front. I've got to look down. Completely off my track now. So does this kind of logic of a two-step process in this kind of framework, whatever we want to call it, does that also then allow us to escape the old centralization versus decentralization debate? It allows us to really get out of that debate. And it's no longer then a question of saying, do we centralize, do we decentralize? With that logic, we do both all the time as efficiently as possible. Does that follow? So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, as you presented it and as we use it at the moment, framework agreement, and the logic of it is, of course, applied at the transactional level. I'm wondering whether we can apply that same logic at the systems design level. And this is what I've got in mind. Can we design a system of procurement methods also in a two-step approach, where at the system level, we only put the very broad parameters of what we want all procurement methods to comply with up there. And then when an entity wants to procure, their actual method is equivalent to a call-off. So they fill in the details of what would be suitable for them within that framework. Can we apply that same logic to have a more open-ended approach in our procurement methods system? Thanks.
All right, so I'm just going to go to the next question. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the presenters. Mine relates to, let me talk to Section 28, the issues I have about Section 28, which we raised in Parliament. Firstly, Section 28 presumes that we're still in another world where there were no cyber threats, where there's no cloning, where there's no phishing. Why am I saying so? Where there is no information regulator. Because remember, in terms of the GDPR or the privacy laws, whatever you have to put on any platform must be determined by minimality. In South Africa, for example, we decided on 8 principles as opposed to the GDPR. So whatever we do must comply with that. And I'm hoping that as we move to regulations, we will ensure that the information regulator is heading the regulations around Section 28. Because if we don't do that, we are heading for trouble. The second one is an issue of AI. AI is not new, by the way. It has been here. That's why you have Siri. AI has been here. You go to Facebook, AI has been here. It's not a new thing. What's new now is what Gen AI is doing to actually try and think what you will be saying in future. And that takes me to what you're talking about data sources. You know, there's a language we use in defense called legacy systems, which is what you're speaking about. The issue that we need to deal with now is whether we're going to talk about private clouds versus public clouds. Why so? Because within the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, an area which we're supposed to promote in terms of procurement, and if you recall, you'll find that Nigeria was the last country to sign because they wanted to preserve their own domestic environment. What does that say in terms of the discourse we have now? This was never answered during the legislation. At some point, we need to deal with it because South Africa has signed. Lastly, fortunately, some of us, we've been in government. This is not a new thing. SITA, S-I-T-A, has been mandated to develop systems for the public sector. All this that was there has been there. But guess what, Chairperson? She will develop that system, and I come as an executive and say, there's already a system that has been developed. It's an IP of government. Why can't we take that system and use it in Department Y? The answer you get, we're not sure about the procurement systems, the procurement processes. How are we going to deal with that reality? Because it will still be there. And I lastly want to say, remember there was IFMS. Have we done an evaluation why we failed? Thank you.
All right, so let me just quickly check. The last two questions, are they short questions or should we first short? Okay.
It's not even a question. I think for me, the comment is that it's going to be critical after having had the purpose or objective of the workshop. It's to assist us in the formulation of the regulations. I think stakeholder management is going to be key and critical to or it's going to be a critical success factor for National Treasury. And I'm looking at it from a point of national security. Let me use an example of the CSD. You have a company that registers on CSD, but from a national security point of view fails, and the same company sits in the presidency, and that's a security risk, or that's a security threat. So these are things that require proper engagement at appropriate levels, be it in cabinet or DG's forum, whatever system you're talking about. People are talking about cybersecurity and all of these other issues. And where is the people, or where are the people that are dealing with cybersecurity in this formulation of the systems and whatnot, or the project, or the regulations for that matter? So stakeholder management, very important.
All right, and then the last question was, yes, please.
Thanks. Two questions on my side. Let me start with INBA. The procurement of novel technologies never tested in the market. How do we deal with them? As a country, at some stage, we spend money on the pebble-bed modular reactor and the nuclear space, and we dropped it, right? Now, countries and companies are investing in the small modular reactors. Do we have to wait until they're commercialized, or do we move in? You know, they're not commercial now, but you know, how do we then treat those? And take into consideration again that GPS was not developed was developed for military purposes, but now we are the beneficiaries of it globally. All right. So I would like your views on that. The other question to the Prof. So let's agree that price is not the only measure of efficiency. All right. So you can buy products from a limited market, so an oligopolist market. So we know that the challenge there is price fixing. The price might be reasonable, but you might be losing on other efficiencies because of the challenges in the market structure. Now, your view, how do you then use the game theory in the public procurement system to deal with such challenges which create inefficiencies in the system? Thanks.
All right, so hopefully you've got all those questions fired at the two of you. I think Gio opened it up with two questions to you, Luigi, related to methodology and the two-step process. And
yes, I prefer Gianluigi to
Jean-Luigi.
To Prof. By the way.
All right. So we'll start with you. And just hold it in, or otherwise you can come and stand on this side. If you hold it in, the little light should go green at the top.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so thanks. If we can hand over to Ibna, I think there was, in a sense, three. The one was related to Section 28, specifically information security, the issue around AI and how data gets sourced. Then there was also, of course, within that, maybe also to you, question around stakeholder engagement, specifically how we bring cybersecurity into the mix, and then also the idea of novel technologies that sometimes get introduced without being tested and what that does mean from your perspective. Thanks, Ajay. Just double check. Is there anything online?
I have a question.
Oh, you've got a question. All right.
Thanks very much for the presentations, both. Juan Ligi, two specific questions. The first one is, in the framework agreement process, you've clearly said you have a single platform that you're using in Italy. When in the process do you start to use the platform for the framework agreement? And the second one is, which of the methods that have been discussed today might not be relevant for a platform such as the one that you've got now? Collaborative, competitive dialogue, innovation partnerships. Which methods might not be appropriate for a single platform?
Okay, let me do the short way. Let me start from the second one, which is in fact the most interesting, because it's one of the ongoing discussion. We when
About
Where do you start?
where you start.
Using the technology, the platform.
If you want to. Contract award.
E-submission?
Sure.
All right, thank you very much to our two presenters. Thank you for your participation. Clearly there's a lot more that we need to talk about. Sorry, Ron, we're just running out of time because I just want to honor the online participants as well. So we're going to have to close now. So thanks for your input. There's still a lot that we need to talk about. You were talking about game theory, and I thought we have to think about whether we're playing the finite game or whether we're playing the infinite game. And as you talk about technology, I'm reminded of the invention called the laser. When they invented the lasers, they said we have this brilliant thing that is a solution to a problem that we don't know exists yet. So maybe this is where you are. So let's go and enjoy another break, stretch your legs, freshen up, and we will be back here at 20 minutes past 3 o'clock. It's now 2:45, so we'll be back here at 20 past 3 for the last session, where we have 3 inputs, Q&A, and then we close the day. Thanks again for your participation, and thank you for all the online participants as well. Some of the ideas, then we spoke about innovation, we spoke a little bit about technology, and now to wrap up the first day of our conference, we want to talk about the other stuff. What are some of the other stuff happening in the procurement space? The stuff what we might refer to as your not the run-of-the-mill kind of activities. So let me introduce our first presenter. We have 3 in total, again 20 minutes each, and then we will have a Q&A at the end. The first speaker is Ms. Jantri Sankar, and she's talking about disposal methods, the reverse of procurement methods. And she's the Chief Procurement Officer at Eskom Holdings, where she's worked since 1992. So I invite Ms. Sankar to join me on stage to take over and take them into the fascinating world of Eskom and tell them about disposal. All right, so that's just forward and back.
Perfect. Right, I'm audible. Hi, good afternoon, and I think you must love Eskom very much to give me this particular slot in the afternoon. But I'm going to do my best to keep you entertained, but keep the content light, but the messaging very seriously. So maybe just a correction on my name, Jane, like pain, and 3 like 1, 2, 3. So Jane 3, that's who I am. And for my sins, I am the Chief Procurement Officer at Eskom Holdings. And today, really, we want to say you've spent the morning talking about spending money. We've been talking about an efficient way to spend money, an efficient way to procure, to look at skills, to look at what is there. And I just want you to just take us in a different direction. So today we're talking about getting money back, right? So that's not what you do very much in your business as procurement people. And then what we used to call, reverse of procurement in terms of what we call investment recovery and disposal is another way of actually looking at how once you bought things that you no longer need, whether it's obsolete, it's the technology has changed or something has gone to that effect, you actually need to make some money out of this transaction and actually do this. So today's discussion for the next 15 or 20 minutes, and I'll try to stick to time because I'm very enthusiastic about the topic. And in doing that, we're going to see if we can talk about something else that we need to think about in the Procurement Act instead of the body of knowledge that we are looking for in procurement. Now, interestingly so, I just want to quickly do a shout out in terms of telling you why I think I can talk about this topic. So materials management and looking after stock and inventory is nothing unfamiliar to us as Eskom. We've been here 100 years. I sit with 5 procurement centers, and you can see a vast number of warehouses with over 30 billion rand in inventory. So naturally, with time, some of that will become obsolete. Some of that would be past its useful life. And this is not counting vehicles and other assets. I'm just talking about inventory. So we have a presence all over the country, and we have a team called Investment Recovery. It's a smaller team. Maybe our procurement team is 20 times bigger, but my investment recovery manager is there, and I'll wave to her. She's doing a fantastic job in terms of doing that. But just to show you the kind of things we've got, and hopefully, from my predecessor was talking about standard operating practices, one of the things we want to leave here is to say, once you have an understanding of what investment recovery or reverse procurement is, maybe these are standard operating procedures. National Treasury ourselves, people in research need to also bring into the body of knowledge before the Procurement Act is actually implemented in terms of its regulations. And the reason I said that context is the last thing I want is a copy and paste of procurement regulations into the process of investment recovery and trying to work the same 80-10, 90, 80-20, 90-10 issues, and then finding you can't actually copy and paste that way. So that's a challenge I want to leave at the back of the mind, and you better pay attention because I might ask some questions if you don't ask me questions. And I'm hoping that the people in the audience will then raise their hand and yes or no in terms of understanding it, and that's how we're going to keep ourselves awake this afternoon. But I see you're a lively audience, and I'm counting on the fact that we will be able to, technology is not on my side, we'll be able to move this. Well, the slide wants me to talk a little bit more about Eskom. But let me continue with what I was saying and see in terms of what investment recovery is all about. So investment recovery, here we go. It's good. As soon as you touch it, it moves. So, thank you. All right, I'll wave. So let me just tell you why investment recovery is not new to me, but it might be newer to some of you here in the sense that we haven't done it. If I just look at 2013 to 2023, Eskom on average, just in terms of scrap and disposals, and this is not about the things in Komati and millions of tons of Medupi coal. You know, on average, we were doing 200 million rand worth of disposal. So this is business as usual for a team of people that are doing this type of work. And when we're doing it, you'd find that transformers and some of the vehicles, some of your laptop assets, some of the oil, etc., were the kind of things that we were doing. And towards the end, if time permits, I'll just squeeze through those pictures, and those pictures will tell you what we're going to do. So what we have is we have developed over time, and this is many, many years, a standard approach on how to deal with investment risk, how to deal with the standard operating procedures, and be able to meet all the compliance requirements. Be able to find a way that we can do this thing within this broad spectrum of public legislation, and of course, how to identify the things that we're going to dispose, which means we stay within our Shesha lane, if you want to say that. We look at the approval processes, because the last thing you want is to have irregular expenditure, and what kind of mechanisms that we use. So I'm going to share some of the theory, but I'm hopefully going to put some sort of insight as well into those things that you could actually see that we're going to do. So the first challenge we have is really, there's this myriad of legislation that you've got to comply with. So starting with the Constitution that wants everything to be fair, competitive, cost-effective, transparent, your PFMA, which also requires certain approvals for certain of those transactions, which we can't, even though we're a SOE, do without the minister or other people's permission. And then the Companies Act, who expects you to behave in a particular way when you have materials or assets that you no longer need, and therefore you need to comply with that, as well as our friends in National Treasury with the instruction notes, regulations. And tied to that is many other pieces of legislation, including but not limited to how we deal with the Consumer Protection Act, in the sense that even if you sell something that's footstoots, you still have to do plenty others if they're not happy with the thing that they bought. And then the newest thing on terms of ESG, how to make sure that we have taken into consideration environmental. So we're talking about recycle, reuse, safe disposal methods, etc. And that's, I didn't even get into BEE and selection of supplies, but there's a lot that we need to look at and deal with. So in our presentation, I'm going to hope I can skip through this because I'm going to leave the content with you to read and go through, that we have very structured way of doing this. And the reason for being structured is that we then very clear that we were transparent and the business went to the right people. And remember, we're collecting money. So this is the reverse process. So we want to make the most in terms of the income we're going to do, but we want to do so in a fair process that we have to follow. So strictly speaking, we get requests. Anything over R1 million has to have a strategy associated with it. We go through this administration process, and we have a center-led team in investment recovery. And then we have this famous DAA when you say it's a delegated approval, but it really means that certain things me as a CPO can do, certain things that procurement committees can do, and depending on the level of these transactions, we would have to take it to higher levels. So if you're going to be selling a power station, I don't think it's me that's going to sign it off, but if there's something that is in the range of under 100 million, under 300 million, we've set those thresholds to allow us things to happen on site and on there. But before we go to that, the biggest challenge you have is people are attached to what they have. So it's easy to say, if you have an equipment that you consider obsolete, it'll only be all agreed to be obsolete if you change the technology. So if I replace the CNI system, you obviously don't need the old parts. Then everybody on that particular one will agree that that equipment is obsolete. Anything else? No. If you find a little O-ring there in the power station not used for 20 years, heaven forbid you decide to sell that. because the next time that was the piece of rubber that prevented somebody from completing their thing. So it is a very, very sensitive process to maintenance people, to engineers. They attach to their material. But you ask them, the store is full. It's full of maybe half the things that they don't actually need. But they said, if I do, it better be here. So much so that if you try to get rid of it, they would take it and hide it in their office. They would hide it there. So you've got this change management that you've got to deal with to say, what can we do? If my team was let loose, we would probably do 10 times as much. We would probably sell, and she's nodding, we would probably be able to sell 10 times more of working capital if people could actually just release them and say, I've not used that for 20 years, I'm quite sure I will not need it. Or I've ordered too much and I need to do something about it. So what we're doing is that we also think about a pricing strategy. We try to think about how we're going to sell things. And people always assume that we just sell pieces of copper and we sell, obsolete transformers. But anything goes. And I think when we talk about vehicles and when we talk about laptops and we talk about things that people are using, we also, as part of our strategy, have decided that our employees can buy these things. And I'm saying that out loud because don't say fair, competitive, why is it not gone on to us? There's a method to the madness. If you have a laptop that you can buy at the end of the 2 years or 3 years period, suddenly the laptop doesn't fall, it doesn't get lost, it doesn't have water damage, it doesn't have... The same happens with vehicles. The maintenance schedules is on par because they want a spinning back to that they have the right of first refusal. So we found an economic benefit to say there are certain things that people are attached to, that when you're selling, it would still go out to all employees, but then we've included these kind of mechanisms into disposal. So disposal is not only an external process, the same thing comes with houses. In our power stations, we've had in the past housing developed next to the stations when we first attracted people to there. And Eskom doesn't want to be in the housing business, so when we dispose of houses, we'll have to consider our employees first. So these are some of the nuances in investment recovery, because the actual process of actually talking about step 1, 2, 3, and 4 is actually very clear. So what we've done is we said, you're not doing this every day. So there's no point in having... Divisions can have their stores, but recovery is centralized. Why? Because we have specialists that move around to where this disposal needs to take place and actually manage the process, which means they're good as buyers, but they understand the nuances there. And it's a very small team, and they're able to go to different BUs, different stations, go and encourage people to see what is it we can sell. They have to make business. I always say they have to go and look out for business themselves in terms of doing these things. And it kind of works out because we take a four-step approach, and I'm so glad my predecessor mentioned framework agreements. That's where we start. We look at people and we look at what we sell most often. So if it is transformers or oil or copper, then we start building agreements with people who can have a livelihood, because they're going to get a continued supply of that scrap metal or oil, etc. And I can give you a good example, and it's something we're going to do with Komati. When we start to decommission, we know how much of copper is going to come, so much so that we can bring that supplier onto site with his people to start actually beneficiating the material before he takes it out, creating jobs locally. So when you look at that framework agreement, I'm hoping that that's what we meant when you're thinking in the bigger picture. You could take something small, and now 20 people locally are now employed in a just energy transition kind of it. So even investment recovery, specifically when we're going to repurpose power stations, etc., has a role to play. And that is the future of what we're seeing. It's going to be bigger. The numbers are going to be much more significant. So we're not only looking after bits and bobs. We might be selling the insides of a power station. And then we're talking about people who are understanding the finances, the regulatory and other issues. So it's not just a procurement person. We also look at where we can give this or share this with other state-owned companies or other subsidiaries. So if there's things that are outdated, etc., but it can be used somewhere else. Sometimes it could be used for research. There's no point in shutting down a facility and selling it for scrap when the learning capability is there for the equipment that actually is still working. So it's those kind of partnerships. I open it out again to yourselves to think of whether it triggers something for you to excite learners, to excite visitors, to get interested in the energy space or interested in what technology looks like, because there's nothing more exciting. And I started my career as an engineer, some 30 years ago. to have the opportunity in an outage to look at plant and equipment and go inside. So all of those things, as they're being demolished, is the first time that you would have these opportunities. So we're not seeing it just as investment recovery, we're looking at the broader picture. And in some of those cases, we will also donate, where necessary, as a disposal method, things to assist somebody. So if we're no longer using that version of a computer, it doesn't make sense to try to solve it, and get one person to buy 50 computers. It might just be worthwhile to just give it to a school. And in that case, our development foundation will work on it. And if those things fail, then obviously we go on public procurement processes. And I can share with that, the public procurement process, open tenders, I essentially worked on that. And we use at the same time platforms like e-auction. So there are times when you have to dispose something almost immediately. And just like you have emergency procurement, you would have emergency disposal. So if a transformer blew up and there's a lot of oil in there, number one, we have to clean it up within the next 24 hours. So we don't have the luxury of saying only get a cleaning crew. We'd have to actually dispose of that immediately. So even things like emergency procurement and emergency disposal works the same way. When we're looking at auctions, we run auctions. If there's something back to our framework agreements that we understand that we're doing it, we prepare the market, and we basically say we pre-qualify suppliers, and then we're just looking at price and volumes, which is much more quicker. One of the challenges we have is some, our suppliers do not always understand the platforms. And sometimes they just bid themselves lower and lower, higher and higher, and then find themselves, outside of their own business model to be able to make a profit. So when they find themselves in that way, we also learned that there's a need to now bring our suppliers on board. Understand that it's not like this auction, put your hand up each time and then you find you've got no money in your kitty to pay for that. We've got cash and carry. If we're selling our vehicles, once you see the vehicle and you price for it, you take it and go home. And negotiations where we know about other things, we will actually go through that process. So the process for selling buildings, I don't know if you know, Eskom is probably one of the largest real estate company in South Africa. And I think we can give almost any one of those big agencies there with our footprint across the world, across every province, in the buildings, the power stations, etc. When we are disposing of buildings, etc., that no longer serve the need that we have, when we are amalgamating things, we've got a similar process for disposal with our real estate team. We have a process to look after non-ferrous materials and disposal of copper and other metals, and we also have to take care on each of those metals. We might have a different strategy on how we do that. Here's an example of a 700 MVA transformer that was scrapped at Tutuka Power Station after 43 years of life, and my team generated 15 million rand of income for Eskom from the parts of that transformer. Another 250 megawatt transformer at another station, which generated 4 million rand of income. So if we understand what the contents is and the price is, you actually get a lot of money. The same thing happens with lines and networks, and you can see that we got 7 and 22 million rand for some of the lines that we've sold in there. So with all of that in there, there's 4 things that I wanted us to think about in my minute or two that I have that. What are the skills and competencies that we need to start building to be able to deal with this in the future? So what is that knowledge bank? What is that standard operating procedures that you need to have? And is it very clear in your mind? And do you have to rewrite it if I have some of it and I'm a state-owned company and we can share some of that? We have to guard against the copy and paste. That because it's got the word procurement in it, then every rule that applied to procurement has to just simply be transitioned to it. Fit for purpose, exemptions where it's needed, but still looking at the benefits of transformation. These exemptions are not to prejudice the industry, but actually to prepare the right type of supplies in there. When it comes to innovation, technology, and AI, you're going to find that we're going to probably have more shorter cycle times to replace things that we were saying, oh, we kept this for 40 years before. Now we're going to be keeping it for 3 years. So there'll be more disposals and more frequent in the future than there might have been in the past with the narrowing down in the times of technology transfers, etc. And then the other one which I want to do, and that's our challenge, is can we take investment recovery to the next level? We don't want to be just selling scraps and bobs. Are we capable of selling, 10 million tons of coal in Medupi? Can we sell the inside of a power station? Can we dispose of a building as big as a mall? and what do we need to be able to do that? So that's really the challenge I want to leave with this team here, saying there's more questions than answers, and we need to start that narrative and we need to start that discussion. So when we go into the Procurement Act being having the necessary regulations for different types of companies, that these actually make sense for the investment recovery, the disposal, or the income generating, I've been told, methods of procurement. So with that, thank you very much. I will take questions. I think I saved you a few seconds as well.
Thank you very much. Jane, as in Tarzan, and Tree, as in swinging. Jane Tree, thanks for that. All right, so we're going to move on to our next presentation, which will be an online presentation. So we are mixing it up, going from in-person to virtual. Let me just get my notes here to introduce the speaker. Dr. Dolores Cucina Musina, who's the Chief Disruptor and the founder of Rexotto Solutions, sharing with us the other transaction authority in the procurement of innovation in the United States of America. This will be a virtual presentation. So I assume we'll just go live. Is the live presentation or pre-recorded? Live. Okay. Because these monitors are off, so I don't know. But okay. Dolores.
Can you hear me?
No, we cannot. Yes, we can. Thank you very much for joining us virtually, and the floor is yours.
All right, great. Let me start.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Of procuring when working with the federal government. This authority, the other transaction authority, is a statute, is not a regulation. It is in the U.S. Code, and it is primarily used. The Department of Defense is one of the biggest users. NASA is another user, and then our health agencies are also really big users of this authority as well. So the origins of the authority actually come before the federal acquisition regulations. They came about, the first other transaction authority came out in the 1950s for the Space Act, which is where NASA was established. And it was the first time we saw the terminology that the government can use what was called an other transaction. It was spelled out explicitly for NASA to use it in order for them during the Space Act for the US to be able to get to the moon. And so the way that NASA uses it is one of the most flexible authorities that are out there currently, and has been probably the least modified out of all of them. while the Department of Defense is one of the most prescriptive authorities that are written that are in the US Code, which is no surprise. I think we see that as generally a trend, that most defense departments have a lot of rules and regulations, and also not a lot of discretion when it comes to how do we execute certain statutes and regulations. When it comes to other transaction authorities, it was really intended to be used to have the flexibility for the government to leverage commercial-based best practices in order for them to contract out. So whether they needed to buy intellectual property, sell intellectual property for commercial use, if they needed for someone to further develop any kind of products or goods, they were able to use this authority in order for them to do it. Different organizations or different companies get to leverage these authorities depending on how the statute is written. And so I gave you an example that NASA is one of the least prescriptive, which means it just says you can use other transactions. And so any company can do business. The biggest metric that NASA uses is what is the contract for? Was it successful or was it not? While the Department of Defense and certain other agencies use a metric that they call non-traditional contractors, which generally means companies that don't generally do business with the government. However, that definition has been changed over time multiple times and has expanded, which generally we think of like having an expanded authority or expanded definition is a really good thing. But for a lot of academics, and I think for a lot of legal folks, you start noticing that the more the definition changes and evolves, it's really hard to create really good metrics to measure engagement and to make sure that you're sticking to the origins of what that definition is. And so when it comes to non-traditional vendors, you'll see this terminology in this presentation quite a few times. We're talking about basically companies that don't generally do business with the government or are not used to doing business with the government or a new entrance. So publications or solicitation methods that other transactions generally use. What the federal acquisition regulations prescribe as your traditional acquisitions way of doing things is you do market research or market surveys to see what's available. You do a request for information, a sources sought, an industry day to get feedback from industry. You can summarize it. You might have a request for quote or a request for proposals. All of you in the room are probably very familiar with these types of methods. What I have noticed in my research is they might be called a couple different things depending on what region you're in, but essentially the process is very similar. When it comes to innovation acquisition or public procurement and other transaction authorities, the door kind of swings open in the availability for the government to use various methods or multiple methods at one event in order for them to really understand what is being created, what ideas are out there. And so it could be a crowdsourcing event. It could be a hackathon. It could be a survey. It could be a pitch event. It could be a design sprint, if anyone in the room is familiar with design sprints, where you're basically engaging with a small group of people and creating the requirements that you may need for the procurement, or you're trying to decide what is the actual problem that you're trying to solve. When in the innovation space, what other transaction authorities allow is also for government to hold these types of events. So they may contract out with consortium management groups, or they may contract out with universities in order for them to hold these events and even do research in order for them to get the right type of vendors in the room. So it allows, again, the government to be able to step outside of the bounds of what we think of as the traditional process and think outside the box of how are you really going to find these researchers, these academics, or these startups that are going to be able to perform the work and are also going to be able to bring these new technologies to the government and essentially potentially one day for the public good, for commercialization. The significance of other transactions and their role in innovation is that there is rapid growth. These other transactions are being used more and more when it comes to getting small businesses to do business with the federal government in the US. There is apprehension from the government side when it comes to other transaction authorities because there is a lot of discretion that is left to the agreements officers or the procurement officers that are executing these contracts. And it also is, the more money you're spending, the more risk we generally assume, because more federal funds, public funds are going to companies at a very high risk portfolio. So one of the things that we try to kind of encourage with the government is to think of them not purchasing innovation or not purchasing new ideas, is that they are investing in these ideas. And there's certain agencies that do a lot better job at this than others. But in this instance, a lot of the apprehension happens from companies that are used to doing commodity buying or buying materials, equipment, and are generally not in the innovative space or have never worked with research and development. The advantages of other transactions over your traditional public procurement regulations is that it's flexible, it's customizable. What that means is that you do not have a set template or a set guidebook of clauses that you're using. So with our traditional procurement method, there are clauses that you're including in the contract, and there's a decision tree as to which clauses you're supposed to include. Same with, I have some experience with Canadian procurements. It's the same thing with Canadian procurements. You have a template, what kind of terms and conditions are being put into the contract when you're doing business with the government, when you have the solicitation, while other transaction authorities are not set up the same way. Each agreement for another transaction is different and is supposed to be different because it's supposed to basically apply to the specific work or the specific research or the specific prototype that is being developed. So you have to have someone that's knowledgeable in that technology area or in that strategic focus area to be able to write that contract. Now, of course, you get the lawyers involved, you get your policy people involved to make sure that you're not breaking any rules. You're still making sure that you have the contractual law in place, so you have a valid contract. But you are able to customize it to what you need and how you want it. So sometimes that might be that you're able to advance money to the company as you're negotiating the agreement so that they could buy the hardware or the software that they need or the equipment that they need, like servers or GPUs that they may need if they're doing AI, so that they can get started and there's no delay in start. For speed, it does accelerate the timeline for procurement, but there's a caveat to this, only because it depends on the familiarity on the government side of doing another transaction. So while these can be very fast, we've seen some of these, especially during COVID, when there was, a need for urgency. I think one of the fastest ones was ever executed within 3 days, while the longest one that I have seen has taken almost a year. Now, in comparison with the traditional procurement cycle, where it should only take 3 months, sometimes a traditional procurement in the US could take 2 to 3 years. It just depends on the approval process and where the federal funds are. So still a year is faster, but it could still take a very long time. And then accessibility. The reason why this is a huge advantage is because most startups, most researchers are not familiar with the federal procurement regulations. They also do not have the compliance systems that a lot of agencies require if you are a traditional contractor. So OTs really allow for companies to lean into what they're familiar with and lean into the clauses or the type of language that makes sense to them and be able to customize it. So if in the middle of performance, you're finding out that the prototype, the way that it was described, is not actually going to be able to be built, you can actually go back and you can revise the agreement for what you need it to be and adjust it so that you don't have to terminate the agreement midway. You can actually just adjust it to how the work is actually being performed. The impact for innovation here is huge, mostly because it does give a lot of flexibility, and it gives, I think, an easier, more, what I would say, more collaborative approach for government working with researchers, academia, with startups. There's no longer a barrier, or there should not be a barrier, I should say, between government and industry. You're working together to develop this intellectual property or this prototype so that the government can use it and so that it can get commercialized, so the public should use it, which is, ultimately is the purpose of innovation, right? It's supposed to bring a better good to the public. And so, having a really good relationship with both parties on both sides just like we do as consumers, just like as we do in the commercial world, it's better to have a good relationship and a close relationship versus, you know, being stuck behind a wall or a fear that that kind of engagement may get you in some type of trouble. So this is just an example of kind of what goes into the negotiation. I'm a visual person, so I know when I say, you know, the agreement is very flexible in the way that you structure it. And what I mean by that is this might not be an all-inclusive list, but what it does mean is that you are able to negotiate all of this. It does not have to be the standard terms that are in the federal acquisition regulations. And we actually are very careful in using different language for other transactions versus a federal acquisition regulation contracts. So you'll notice I'll say contract and agreement, and that's because a contract generally refers to a federal acquisition regulation contract or traditional procurement contract, while an agreement usually refers to an assistant agreement or another transaction agreement, which means it's not subject to the federal acquisition regulations. But yeah, so you can negotiate all of this. There's no standard clause. There's no numbering system that has to go along with it. You're basically creating a contract from scratch for the work that you're performing, and payment terms can vary. You can also vary what kind of accounting systems you're willing to accept. You know, some businesses are doing everything in Excel. So as long as they're giving you the data that they may need, you know, being able to be flexible to that, the government is able to leverage that and understand how the business works better so they can get the ultimate, you know, the business can focus on actually performing, not making sure that they have the proper software that the government's directing them to get, or that is, you know, subject to certain auditing rights based on the federal acquisition regulations for contract types that they may not be necessarily supporting. Key principles and legal framework. Again, you know, a lot of it has to do with the flexibility. That's really the biggest advantage here for both government and industry, but also competition and transparency. You're still having to follow the basic, I would say, processes of doing proper market research, making sure that you understand, especially in the innovation space, what exists out there, what technologies are out there, what is considered already commercial, meaning what's already on the market versus what is leading edge, what is novel, what is truly new, and being to understand what the go-to-market strategy for that organization is going to be with that product. But also having a lot of transparency. For us in the US, the federal government is very interested in the use of other transaction authorities and reporting. And so if you start digging and you start looking at research or what some of, you know, the news are saying about other transactions, you'll see a lot of conversations about proper reporting. What are the numbers? What are the statistics that apply to other transactions? And I will tell you, just from my dissertation research and other research that I have done, the reporting requirement is in the statute. And so however the statute is written for that agency to report, whether it's on their website like NASA, or whether it's in a reporting system like the Department of Defense requires, it's there. You just have to, one, have the access to see what the reporting information is. And two, you have to be able to know how to find it. And just like with any data, right, that is the most important thing. You have to have access and you have to know how to actually understand, clean the data, and be able to describe it properly. So in terms of transparency, the biggest thing here is who's the actual performer, who's doing the work, how is it being done, and how well are these agreements being executed. They are governed by specific statutes. They're exempt from a lot of the federal public procurement requirements and regulations, but they still have to adhere to federal laws. So cybersecurity laws, any kind of export-import laws that there might be, they still apply. You cannot do illegal activities through other transactions. And depending on the work that you're doing, there might be other requirements that might come into place, depending on what kind of technology someone is building. So the key for the government is really to make sure they understand what they're actually funding and ensuring that proper oversight and integrity. The global applicability for other countries, I think, is to be able to leverage something similar to enhance the ability to innovate and not get stuck in analysis paralysis when it comes to making sure that you're following the regulations. you can still follow the regulations and have that flexibility that's in there. And so when you're thinking of, man, I wish there was a better way for us to do this, where we can be a little bit more flexible. There's an opportunity for you to write policy, for you to write law that will allow you for that. And you don't have to be very prescriptive. We've seen that with NASA. But if you want to be, you can be, which you can see that with other agencies, where it can be just as specific as applying it to a certain type of research. For example, one of our health agencies, they have another transaction authority just for lung cancer research. So you can make it as specific or as broad as you want. Additionally, I think it offers a model for other countries that want to modernize faster, and they want to encourage innovation and more participation from companies that may be a little more apprehensive to doing business with government. Mostly it's usually the fear of the unknown and making sure that they're doing the right thing. Again, these are public dollars that are being spent in the US, our tax dollars that are being used towards funding these projects. So the government is very careful in terms of how they use it. Even though the budget, I would say overall, most of our budget is less than 3% spent on research and development. However, it's expected to rise to 5 to 8%, depending on, how the next administration is going to handle innovation and research and development. Some of the challenges, I think, is just adapting these principles to other regulatory environments. Every country is different. Every procurement law is different. And so having too much flexibility can be very scary, and your stakeholders may not be willing to sign off on you saying, let us have like a completely free, open and clear type of agreement or a contract type that we're able to do whatever we want with and test it. Making sure that you're doing it in small groups, batching it and testing it. Again, it's an experiment. You're being innovative in a different approach, so take it slow. And then balancing that flexibility with the need of oversight and accountability. We all know that that's really important. It's important to have proper reporting. We have to make sure that people are held accountable. We don't want fraud. We don't want corruption. We want to make sure that we're ensuring that money is being spent appropriately and that the people that are getting it are actually performing the work that they're supposed to be performing, and government is benefiting off of that. So keeping that in mind, but also making sure that you have the goodness factor built in as well. So recommendations, doing a pilot OTA-like approach, small group. I've seen some people try to implement these types of statutes, trying to do it across the entire federal agency. That is extremely hard. So if there's any change management experts in the room, you know that change management can be very difficult if you don't understand the entire environment, what affects other people. So doing it in a small group on a small project, testing it little by little, and then getting buy-off from the success stories is really, really important. And then ensuring clear guidelines, oversight, and training. One of the things that some of our federal agencies have done is they've created guides for their internal agencies that include templates, that include sample language that people can use. And it really gives people kind of I would say, security blanket, so that they know that it's not just what some folks will call it the wild, wild west, because there is so much discretion that's allowed there. But with a guidebook or some kind of guidelines, they feel more secure. Oversight, having experts within each agency or within each office that understand the authorities, and then being able to provide training, valuable training. And what I mean by that is, don't just tell people how to dissect the statute. How do you apply it? How do you negotiate it? How do you deal with disputes and protests? So making sure that both government and industry understand that, because if you have a really good training for the government, they'll be able to teach industry, and industry will be able to understand it a lot better. And I will say that's one of the challenges, I think, is because we have so many other transactional authorities right now, which is great. I mean, I have just seen it increase so much since I've done my comparative study in 2018. It's been incredible to watch, but where we kind of stop is we have the authority, and then the training kind of just falls off. And so it's hard to manage that change and that adoption. But just like anything innovative, right, you have to be able to follow up, and you have to be able to manage that change. You have to be able to manage the adoption and sustainability of something new. And so similar with procurement law, you have to be able to do that, especially with something like this that allows for a lot of flexibility. So just to wrap it up, because I know I said a lot, and I know you're probably, I've listened to a lot of conversations here, and I've read a little bit about the procurement law, and actually the text that I saw as preparing for this conference. So I saw it's very structured. I like structure. I'm a type A person. So when we talk about OTAs, the reason why I said forget the structure, forget what you're used to, is because OTAs do provide a very crucial alternative to what we consider traditional procurement, because it helps foster that flexibility and that speed differently. And it's not that traditional procurement laws are hard or that they may not be a great tool. I think that for some things they are applicable, but just like OTs, they're not necessarily supposed to be used for everything. So it's just another tool in your toolkit that you can use whenever it's needed, and to help create that flexibility that you may be needing. And then its success in the US offers a lot of valuable insights. So you can see what kind of frameworks we're using. I mean, we have so many assistant agreements that OTs are just one way of doing it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, and hopefully brains have not melted completely from the presentation in terms of flexibility here. Yes, I will.
To SARAO, this is African Radio Astronomical Observatory, talking about methods and specifications.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I don't want to keep you long. After a late evening last night of stargazing, we're kind of tired, and a lot of the presenters were part of it, so thank you for joining. So one of the questions I want to ask you, have you ever thought it will be possible to look at the galaxy or the Milky Way in high resolution? So this is exactly possible with the Meerkat telescope that we constructed in the Karoo. See if this works, which way, left, right? So this is one of our proud moments of South Africa. So we won the bid to host the SK telescope in South Africa, which was one of the pinnacle instruments that we deployed in the Karoo, and as well as the starting point of the Meerkat telescope that we constructed. So this is typically one of the examples or observations that the telescope observed, and it's just the capability to show you what it looks like once the processing data was completed. So just an outline, just the background of SARAO. This clicker. Just the journey on Meerkat, how the Meerkat telescope was rolled out, the operational architecture of it, and the primary risk factor of the telescopes, the procurement methods that were adopted, the project approach, as well as the key success factors, the lessons learned, and then the conclusion, the way forward. So just the background, so it all started in 2003, where we submitted a bid for expression of interest, which we won, as you know. And then over the 20 years, we transitioned from a project to being a national facility. So what we also done, we classify ourselves as an implementing agent for astronomy in South Africa, which is radio astronomy, and also participate as an international partaker in the SK project. Just to give you context to where it is, it's in the Karoo, in the Northern Cape, where it's lowly densely populated, so there's ideal for radio telescope to be erected. So just a close-up to what it is. So as you see in the red, that's the core area where the telescope is densely populated, which is now a national park. And then also the spiral arms is the servitudes that we obtained to put the remote dishes down. So just some images of what transpired over the years. So we built roads, we erected facilities, which is the data process facility in the Karoo. And this is a challenging theme because there's nothing, absolutely nothing in that area that you can bring, and that, which is locally available as well. So as you can see, there's an image of the telescope once it was erected, as well as the foundation that was built. And at the bottom there, just the completed view of the processing facility where the computers are housed. So as you can see, it looks like a bunker. There's a reason for that, and that's one of the risk factors for the telescope. So I think to simplify things, we created a little video for you to have a look at. It will just give you an idea of what the project is all about. I hope this works.
Welcome to our journey through the remarkable construction and discoveries of the South African Meerkat Radio Telescope. The Meerkat Radio Telescope, located 90 kilometers from Carnarvon in the Northern Cape, is an important precursor to the groundbreaking Square Kilometre Array, or SKA Radio Telescope, which South Africa won the rights to co-host in 2012. It all began in 2009 with the design and construction of the Karoo Array Telescope, otherwise known as CAT-7, a 7-dish array that tested novel technologies for Meerkat and enabled key learnings, which were later applied for the Meerkat Radio Telescope. Although CAT-7 was only intended to be an engineering prototype, it was used by researchers to produce novel science. In 2012, after years of preparation and research, South Africa, together with its 8 African partner countries, was awarded the right to co-host the SKA. Meerkat was recognized as a critical step in this monumental project to be integrated with the SKA mid-telescope once completed. After years of detailed planning and preparation, the first Meerkat dish was constructed on site in the Karoo in 2014. Sereo and South African industry led the design and construction, together with the participation of local businesses in the communities around the Meerkat. By 2016, Meerkat achieved first light with its first 16 dishes. This milestone revealed over 1,300 never-before-seen galaxies in a tiny patch of sky, compared to the 70 previously known galaxies. In 2017, the array expanded to 32 antennas and saw the completion of an 80-kilometer road from Carnarvon to the SKA site, the construction of which created over 200 jobs for local communities. October 2017 marked the installation of the final of the 64 Meerkat dishes, a major milestone in the project. Official inauguration and key discoveries. In July 2018, the Meerkat telescope was officially inaugurated. Early science discoveries with Meerkat included images of the Milky Way's center in such unprecedented detail that the never-before-seen filamentary features that surrounded the black hole were revealed. In 2022, the first major scientific results began to flow, with Meerkat having observed enormous radio bubbles near the Milky Way's supermassive black hole. At the same time, construction began on Meerkat Plus, a collaboration with international partners in Germany and Italy to extend Meerkat to improve its sensitivity and resolution. Meerkat continues to push the boundaries of our understanding of the universe, paving the way for the revolutionary SKA project. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the construction and discoveries of the Meerkat Radio Telescope. Stay tuned for more cosmic discoveries.
Yes, thank you to the narrator, which is Angus Flowers. He's from the communications team at Sereo. So this is just to give you an idea of the actual system and how it works. So it starts off with the receiver, which is the Meerkat telescope, and the data is is processed into data packages and then transferred over to the central processing facility, as you see over there. So that is then it's processed again, and that is compacted to various packages that's needed for the scientists to use for their observation analysis, and that gets sent to the high performance computing facility in Cape Town, which is hosted by the CSIR. So the telescope also have the capability of being controlled remotely and also managed in Cape Town at the head office at Sarau. So one of the risk factors for the telescope is RFI, and the only way to explain that is when you're driving down the road and a bright light hits you in the face. That's exactly what it is. It's interference with the telescope, which blinds the observation time. And what influences it is Bluetooth, cell phones, any electronic devices, as you see over there, so Wi-Fi. So none of these things are allowed on site when there's observations. So it really affects the telescope, and it can damage it if you do have it in close proximity. So to the crux. So as you can see, these are the methods that were adopted. It's not a lot of them, and there's a very good reason for it. But we do have the competitive methods that we're all familiar with, which is the open tendering. And then we also have the request for proposal information, and then the request for quotation. At times for complex and challenging products or components, we do use the sole source method. Like I said, it's very complex and tedious to do. So back to why there's only a few. So I think, like all of you here, one of the risks are compliance. So you tend to just use what you're familiar with to avoid audit findings. And that is why we just stick to what we know. And I think a bit of flexibility and lack of compliance will help us a long way. But one of the risk factors that we had by making use of these methods, there was no astronomy industry in South Africa. There was none. It's the first time that we had to deploy a project of this nature, so the industry did not exist. So we took a bold move. We decided to create a financial assistance program. So in essence, we had to develop and upskill the market to ensure that they deliver what we require. So it sounds simple, but a lot of the components and the equipment that we require needs to be developed. And by developing the market, it will reduce the bad quality or the non-responsive responses you will receive from the bidders. So these are one of the risks. So what it did do, it equipped the local capability as well on a shared cost basis and as well as product development capability. So it did increase the capability within South Africa, as well as giving the local suppliers that we developed the opportunity to work internationally and provide the components for the telescope internationally itself. So in turn, this was a very, very, very good project that we rolled out, as it was the return on investment was huge. And I think that's how we should look at when we look at developing the industry, which is very tough, is to look on the return on investment on South Africa. So going forth, these suppliers will go on indefinitely based on what we gave and initiated with them to do. So just on the project approach, so I think what I just want to point out here is this is generally what we did to deploy the project. So it's a system engineering approach. And what the key factors here is the stage gates that were implemented. So for all of these gates, we had independent international peer reviews. So it's experts in their field reviewing all the documentation before you go to the next phase. And this is crucial to ensure that there's no gaps within your requirements. And just looking at the graph, so procurement, as you can see over there, is when the procurement actually happened. But prior to that is when you needed the system engineers to ensure that the requirements you develop are held, to what the specifications of the user required. Okay. This is just a typical example of what system engineering is. It's just a V diagram, just explaining what it's all about. So it just in essence, it's the options that you use to select your system, as well as the strategies and the specifications requirements that's developed. So the key factors for this project in essence were decisive leadership, and the selection of the site was important, and as well as the deployment of the Meerkat Plus. Extensive support and guidance from the NRF and the stakeholders were very important, as well as concise teams with the level of excellence that we require from them. Experience, knowledge, and talent was important as well, as without the correct resources, you won't get the requirements to where you would want them to be given from the end users. The disciplined approach, which is also important, and we have to acknowledge that as you do have project managers, but the project managers and the system engineers have to work jointly to achieve a complex project of this nature. Also, with the contracts management approach, it's important that you have multi-talented people that can do the engineering work, project manage, and give you advice on the contracts that was deployed. And this ranged from bespoke contracts to the JBC, NEC, FIDEC, all the range of contracts was used for this project over its lifetime. Upfront in-house designs were also one of the important things. So it will give the end users a bit of comfort of what is possible when we do some of the design work and giving detailed design work to the market. So what we also made use of is exploiting prototypes. I don't know if you recall earlier, there was a foundation that was cast. There were various pull tests that were done on the foundation, and through this, we enhanced the capability of the requirements as we go along with the phased approach. As I mentioned, independent panel reviews, this is important as well as a system thinking approach, because the cheapest option is not always the best. So just a little bit of additional financing, you can actually get a better instrument that was actually set out to be delivered. One of the proud things that we did as well was a high increase in local content that was deployed, as well as the local participation goals that we achieved for this project, and is utilizing the local unskilled labor in that area that benefited from this project indirectly. And this was also extended to the local contractors that we developed over the years. With all project funding is one of the key aspects, and with good project management principles and governance processes, there was no result of a funding shortfall on this project. So the lessons learned. So one of the key things was understanding the end users' needs and requirements, which is very important, and also the system option and trade-off studies, which by finding the best value for money. The system the design and optimization is also key, as well as the stage gates to ensure independent reviews at all times. Robust independent stage gate reviews, as I mentioned, is very important, as well as document control and ensuring any changes are documented as you go along with the project and the process. So the conclusion, just the way forward. So Soreo established itself as an implementing agent in South Africa for deploying radio astronomy programs, as well as ensuring the technological solution provider. So one of the key things we should also keep in mind when we do start utilizing AI, methods and specification transaction all have human interaction. Be it upstream or downstream, there will be some human interaction, and that we should keep in mind. Streamlined procurement. Methods for research innovation-driven institution is key, because we really want to get the researchers the equipment they need in record time for them to do what they do best and innovate. And to innovate, we need to have some required high level of risk tolerance for it. Because at some level, you do have experimental development that's needed, allowing for failure as well as growth. And this will lead us to success. So these are the key factors that I think made the project a success. Thank you.
Right, thank you very, very much, Angelo. I now open up the presentations by Angelo, Janetree, and Dolores. Open that for questions. So if you have questions, I don't know if there's anything on the chat that we want to fire at them or else from the floor. So Janetree, if you wouldn't mind, thank you very much. I've got one hand so long. 1, 2, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Dolores. I don't know whether I want to make sure she can listen to, neatly and clearly this question. So let me try, and then let's see. So the OTA procedure, actually, thank you, Dolores. It's the first time I heard of it. It's surprising that there's so many policy papers, academic papers on how to promote innovation, and I've never heard. So it's my ignorance, but still surprising. There are a lot of simplification and actually, exceptions to the standard FAR procedures, because the mission there is to put the hands on cutting edge technologies, you name it. So at some point, Dolores has put a kind of almost incidentally, there is an oversight which takes place in some ways. So I was wondering whether this kind of oversight has anything to do with the sort of peer review that Chris Eugen mentioned this morning under the SBIR Act, and then the list of innovative procedures he was mentioned this morning. So to summarize, given that the OTA is very extremely simplified, what kind of concrete forms oversight takes place in order to make sure that there is no, say, abuse of that particular procedure or method, to borrow from Guy's terminologies. Thank you.
All right, Dolores, if you are there, I'm going to allow you to respond to Gianluigi's question.
Yes, I am here. Great question regarding oversight. So there is quite a lot of oversight. I would say that OTAs have really become kind of the popular kid in school, I would almost say, when it comes to talking about oversight, accountability, transparency. And again, the reason is because it is so flexible. So some of the oversight that happens is, for example, being able to track what kind of businesses are winning these agreements and for what type of work. It has to be very specific. So the question then becomes from the agreements officer to make sure that they understand what kind of work is being performed so that they have the proper safeguards within the contract. So if it's, for example, building something using like Department of Defense data, cybersecurity requirements are still a federal law that has to be followed by someone performing under an OTA. There is, so it's not like there's no laws or no regulations that govern it. There is. The other oversight is because they are U.S. statutes, Congress actually is monitoring these very closely. And so there are multiple reports that happen every single year, especially as we get close to the end of the fiscal year, which this is the last month of our fiscal year. So this conversation is happening now. When it comes to our new budget, when it comes to passing our National Defense Acquisition Act, there's a lot of questions on how it's being used, how the money is being spent, was the work being performed successful? And in some instances, the question is, has this been commercialized? Has this transition? Has this been happening with the work as well? And so what the government as the contracting or agreement officers have to do and industry has to do is they have to make sure it's very clear what success looks like at the end of the day. And as we know with innovation, it's very hard to predict that in the very beginning when you're getting started, especially if it's something very brand new. But being able to explain it so that not only people like us that are experts can understand it, but people that are also doing policy and trying to make sure there's proper oversight can understand what that success looks like, because it's not always tangible. So Congress looks at number of awards, they look at dollars being spent, and they also look at what kind of companies are doing business with the government. Those are the three easiest measures that they have found so far in terms of accountability. And then they drill down to see how that actually applies to the national defense strategy, national security strategy, or how it applies to the specific agency strategy overall. So there's a little bit of mapping. I would almost say it's if you're kind of referring it to it as a research project, you're basically doing mixed methods to prove that there is a a positive impact being made off of the work that is off of these agreements.
Right, thanks, Dolores. Okay, any other questions that you want to fire? I've got Gio and then, right, yes, please.
Thank you. So a question for Jane 3 and one to Angela. So Jane 3, I mean, there's a million questions I want to ask you, and we need to have lots more conversations about this really interesting world. I think, what is very clear to me from your presentation is that there's a lot of learning to happen in South Africa based on your experience. I'll be very interested to learn if there are other public sector organizations in the country that's got the same level of sophistication in terms of income generating contracts. But the question I want to put to you now specifically is, it seems to me that what you're doing in this space is a very strong mechanism for pursuing sustainability. And one particular aspect that I think is quite interesting, and I would like you to just share a little bit more on that, is how do you go about, or how does this unit go about proactively seeking out the opportunities for disposal? Because it seems to me that one of the fundamental differences between this type of transaction and normal procurement is that you don't really have a user here that is going to demand you do something as the procurement unit. So I'll be very keen to learn a bit more about how do you identify those opportunities for disposals, and how do you go about actually getting such a disposal off the ground. And then, Angelo, my question to you is, you made this remark right at the end that we should be allowing for failure. And I think this is probably one of the most important things for us to wrap our heads around if we want to use public procurement for innovation, to accept that there will be failure, and that's not bad. Right, that's to be expected in the innovation space. The question is, how do we build that into our procurement paradigm without thinking of it as a bad thing? So is there a way that we can set up a procurement method that will result in a procurement of an innovation that fails, so it does not deliver on what we thought it should deliver, but that's still not viewed as an irregular expenditure? So how do we do that? Thanks.
All right, before you guys respond, let me just go to my left.
Quick one. So within our current Public Procurement Act, we've got a couple of options. One is, if we were to do an SKA project again, for example, then we could do a deviation, as has happened, and you do sole source procurement, or we apply for exemption. This sounds like the OTA, sounds like something in between that could well be a method that we could put together that allows for organizations to continue to procure complex, innovative goods, services, and capital without getting an exemption, and without necessarily putting in place a all-encompassing procurement of innovation method.
All right. Let me just double check. Any other questions before Vincent? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to add on to Gio's question, it's probably something delivered, learned from, but failed.
Something delivered, learned from? Okay.
And that's the gain. That's what you recognize.
Yes, sir.
I just want to find out what's the understanding on proof of concept. as part or a method that can be embedded within the OTAs, if I may ask. And then for the SKA gentlemen, I'm trying to establish whether was it a triple P, and if not, why not? There's BOT, there's triple P, there's APOPs, there's all sorts of options. But I get a feeling that you probably went PPP, but somewhere you had some elements of the normal procurement thingy. So I'm just confused a little bit. If you can clarify that for me.
All right. So I don't know who wants to respond first. Gentry, will it be you? I think the question was, the comment was there's a lot that we can learn, shared practices, but, just unpack the how. How does this work? How do you identify where the disposal goes to?
So thank you for that, Joe. I think the idea is it's all a matter of timing. If you're in an energy crisis and spares and equipment, etc. is needed, then all hands on deck to procure. So, but as we settle down, we find out, we have things like remote work. Do we need the same amount of desks? So you don't just have to tie it to plant activities. So when they're going on and they look at what else is happening in terms of strategy, policy, and direction. The other thing is that working capital is a cost. So when we're trying to engage with the teams, my investment recovery team works with the supply chain management team. So that's why I had that first picture. So they really are part of a broader strategy to clean up your stores, RFID and barcode your items, and suddenly even they find surprises about what they need and don't need. So we're very much a partnership in terms of going out and seeking those opportunities. And the last caveat is, even though we do all the work, we deposit the money back into the cost center, which is now available. So if you sold, 10 million rand worth of stack, you now have 10 million rand more for ops and maintenance. So the real kick is actually being able to get the money back. So we found that, cost centers like the approach of us finding equipment outside and finding things there. So I think that partnership has been the start of what we're doing. The other one is to be effective in what we do. So once we commit and we get this go ahead to do something, whether it's for 10 million, 100 million, we move with speed. So when we move with speed in that particular financial year, even in that quarter, they get, we'll say, money in the cost center, money in the bank. So we found that was the biggest. The other bit is that it cleans up your stores, it cleans up your warehouses, cleans up your other areas. So in that regards, it was there. Because it's been working fine, we've also been called in to do some of the bigger ones. So we're working with Just Energy. So my team is in that team. So are they in the team when we're trying to deal with excess coal. So they've sort of earned their space, and I think that's how it's going. I thought maybe I'll just take a squiz on that proof of concept question that was asked. And I know maybe I can answer it from our side. We do two-phase procurement. So we don't only do two-phase, we may not continue with phase 2. So that's how we've been dealing with some of our R&T and D issues, because we have quite a big department as well. So we agree to go up to a point on something we don't know, and then we make a decision, just like you would make an investment approval stage gate, to continue or not. And I thought I'd just help my colleague with that question. Thank you.
All right, Angelo, you got your question. I think it was related to the fact that we don't make mistakes. Mistakes make us. And how do you allow for that in the process of procurement? How do you allow for the failure in terms of what you want to achieve? All right, I'm just going to open up quickly to Dolores. I think she might have a perspective just from the US. Dolores? Is Dolores still there, or is it? Okay, so she just needs to get access to the room.
Okay, it works. I was not a host for a minute, so, but I'm back. I put it in the chat just so people can reference it as well for anyone that's online. But in terms of the question for proof of concept, what we generally use in the US is technology readiness levels. NASA was one of the first organizations to use them. Department of Defense uses them a lot, and it's kind of just been adopted as a standard. It is an international standard, so if you want to look it up, the ISO standard number is 16290:2013. And there's 9 levels. It ranges from 1 to 9. And so level 1 is basically just an idea of basic principles observed, and your technology readiness level 3 is your proof of concept. In between there is, you're actually formulating what those technology concepts are. While the ISO standard is specifically for space systems, it's been adopted as a concept and a framework used across all federal agencies, and actually even in academia, and now also in state and local. So that is how we define proof of concept and how we look at how technology is developed over time.
Right, thank you very much. I think that is more or less the end. Can you believe it? We've come to the end of day 1. Again, I think from my perspective, it seems as if there's still a lot of conversation that's needed. We are still in the learning phase, and we're probably at that point where we acknowledge that there's no one size that fits all. And we're at a point where we have to use our hindsight together with our insight to shape the foresight. So we want to learn from the past, understand the current realities, and start looking forward. And maybe the question that we need to ask is, what does impactful procurement look like? How do we measure effectiveness as an end product, but not focus just on the process? Because if you up the time, you're sure gonna down the quality.
Is that what I linked in my LinkedIn?
So what I'm just going to do now briefly is to call out the names of all our presenters. As I call out your name, you hurry up, come to the front. We've got a little token of appreciation that we want to hand over to you. Dolores, don't worry about you. I will receive on your behalf because it's just a box of chocolates, and I know that you don't really eat chocolates. So I'm going to just call all our presenters. We had Prof. Gio. Then we had Prof. Tunde, we had Prof. Christopher Masanti, Prof. Shope, then we had Professor Jean Luigi, Ms. Inba, then we had Ms. Gentry and Angelo. I think I've covered everybody. So if you would just all line up here, we want to just hand over a token of appreciation. If you work in government, remember you must declare. But we promise you it's less than 200 Rand, so you don't have to declare. So let's just quickly thank all our speakers.
Thank you very much. So you moved from Italian to French.
Yeah,
Jean. Thank you. It's both my daughters.
All right, so if you could just all join me, and we just put our hands together and we acknowledge and thank all the speakers for day 1 of our international focus and conference on procurement. And then just a reminder that, ladies and gentlemen, this is for Dolores. Dolores, it is with me. As I said, it's just chocolates, and I will enjoy that on your behalf. Tomorrow morning, again, registration coffee is available at 8:30. And we will start promptly, if that's correctly, at 9 o'clock. So if you can make sure that you are all here, thank you again for your time. Thank you for your participation. But let's continue the thinking. Let's continue the learning. I know I'm going to send my wife a WhatsApp now because I need to introduce her to RFQs when it gets to clothing shopping. So I'm going to send her out to request quotations going forward. So thanks again for being here. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. Thank you for our online participants. Thank you for participating through the chat. And again, we'll see you tomorrow morning.